Although Han Li had long expected that the process of refining the treasure would not be short, 5 months later, the three demon cultivators remained seated without moving a step, except for occasionally tossing some strange materials into the flames. This left Han Li somewhat astonished. During this time, apart from stopping a few times to recover their mana, the three demons let the elixir flames continue to spray in the air, appearing extremely composed. Truly worthy of being 8th or 9th level demonic beasts, their mana was indeed unfathomable. Due to Han Li's continuous cultivation, his mana remained full at all times. Being absorbed by the light barrier didn't affect him much. He watched as the bone wings in the elixir flames became increasingly translucent, emitting faint thunderous and windy sounds. The joy in wind, Zai's eyes became more and more apparent. Han Li knew that the completion of the thunder wind wings seemed not far away. During these few months, the evil qi that had been worrying Han Li had not appeared at all. There wasn't even the slightest sign of its existence. This puzzled Han Li a bit. However, after some contemplation, he thought it might be related to the purging demon thunder contained in the magical treasure within his body. After all, this divine thunder itself had the miraculous effect of dispelling evil. Could it be that the evil qi had already been automatically cleared away by the divine thunder? Thinking of this, Han Li felt naturally delighted. In fact, even if the evil qi had appeared, he had plans to use this divine thunder to eradicate it. If that failed, he could take the risk of shrinking the devouring gold worm and swallowing it, which could also forcibly consume the evil qi. So, the restraining methods of the wind slasher beast were not a concern for Han Li at all. He hadn't paid them any mind from the start. The old monster probably never expected that, although Han Li's cultivation base wasn't high, he possessed so many precious spiritual treasures. With no worries about future troubles, Han Li wouldn't just sit idly by. He had already planned several escape strategies in his mind, which he filtered through several times. When the time came, he would assess the situation and adapt accordingly. Sure enough, after another month passed, the wind slasher beast, which had been sitting with closed eyes, seemed to feel that the refinement was almost complete and began to make the next move. It opened its eyes, glanced at the bone wings about to take shape in the air, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, it cast a series of spells into the air, causing the elixir flames to extinguish completely, revealing 3 elixirs and 2 bone wings. At this moment, the elixirs appeared slightly dim compared to before, likely due to the damage caused by the continuous spraying of elixir flames over the past few months. But the 2 bone wings were quite the opposite. Not only were they intact in form, but they also emitted both milky white and silver lights, looking extremely eye-catching. Wind Zai wasted no time in pointing a finger at his own elixir. After it spun around for a moment, it flew back from the air and was swallowed into his abdomen. Seeing this, the poisonous flood dragon and turtle monster exchanged glances before doing the same with their remaining 2 elixirs. Without a word, the 3 demons immediately closed their eyes to rest. After resting for several days, Wind, Zai, and the others finally replenished their mana and restored their vitality. At this moment, the 9th-level Wind Slasher beast finally turned its gaze to Han Li, and then cast a spell toward the light barrier trapping Han Li, causing a red light to penetrate the barrier. The barrier then dissipated on its own. However, Han Li remained calm and didn't show any surprise. Next, the 2 esteemed juniors, and I will merge the 2 bone wings into one and begin the fusion of wind and thunder. We need the wood attribute spiritual power of the friend as a balancing force to harmonize it. Ling Daoyu, please prepare yourself, Wind Zai said with a slightly softened tone. Understood, Han Li replied briefly. He slowly stood up. Seeing Han Li's expression, Wind Zai frowned instead, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly flicked his finger without warning, and a white light shot towards Han Li at a rapid speed. Han Li's expression changed drastically, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't dare to move away. He let the white light enter his body, but his face turned extremely ugly. Fang fellow, what is the meaning of this? He pursed his lips and said somewhat darkly, Don't worry, this wind spirit force won't cause any major harm. It will slowly dissipate after a period of time. However, during this time, as long as I activate it with mana, friend won't stand a chance. You'd better take care of yourself and not have any other ideas, Wind Zai said with a sinister tone. Hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but feel bitter. Most of the escape strategies he had prepared seemed to be ineffective now. Seeing Han Li finally show signs of annoyance and anger, the Wind Slasher beast was satisfied. It no longer paid attention to Han Li, and instead took out 3 small bottles from its storage pouch, throwing 2 of them to the other 2 demons. Be careful, 2 esteemed juniors. We are about to merge the spiritual powers of wind and thunder. It's a big drain on mana. Each bottle contains a drop of collected 1,000-year spirit fluid. When your mana is depleted, take it. Make sure to complete the fusion process in one go without any flaws. Otherwise, the thunder wind wings will not be born. The demons solemnly instructed. Rest assured, I will do my best. The poisonous flood dragon's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard it contained 1,000-year spirit fluid, but he immediately answered. Yes, I also want to see the thunder wind wings successfully refined, and their power. The turtle monster also assured while patting his chest. Seeing this, Wind Zai's face was filled with satisfaction. He didn't say anything more to Han Li, but instead emitted a white light pillar from both hands, shooting it towards the multicolored light barrier in the air. The light barrier trembled and hummed softly, the colorful mist flashing irregularly. Then the color of the light kept changing until only a milky white light remained, dazzlingly bright. Seeing this, the poisonous flood dragon and turtle monster didn't hesitate to release slightly thinner yellow and blue light pillars. which merged halfway into a thunder attribute spiritual pillar, spraying it onto the other side of the light barrier. Suddenly, rumbling sounds filled the air. The light barrier transformed again, interweaving silver lightning and milky white hurricanes. The fluctuating light was dazzling and erratic. Lie down, you. Inject 1/10 of your cultivation into the spiritual power. Seeing this scene, Wind Zai instructed Han Li without hesitation, his voice low and icy. After hearing this, Han Li believed that if he hesitated for a moment, the other party would definitely activate the wind spirit force inside him, giving him a good look. He hesitated for a moment, but then obediently raised his hand and pointed a finger into the air. A thin beam of green light shot into the two-colored radiance. A strange scene unfolded. The light barrier, which had been buzzing and appeared somewhat unstable, immediately became quieter, and its radiance diminished, gradually stabilizing once the green light entered. Good, maintain this level of spiritual power input, Feng Zai said with an excited expression. It seemed that the method he designed to merge wind and thunder spiritual power was indeed feasible. Seeing this, the other two demons also gained confidence. With the help of the formation, the three demons began to form a series of complex hand seals and cast numerous spells into the light barrier. Moments later, the barrier erupted with silver lightning and milky white gales. The power of wind and thunder tightly enveloped the two bone wings in the center, beginning the fusion process. 2 days later, the sound of wind and thunder within the barrier grew louder. Feng Zai, while instructing Han Li to increase the input of wood attribute spiritual power, concentrated with the other two demons to replenish the wind and thunder power within the barrier. 7 days later, huge silver arcs and howling white gales raged wildly within the barrier. The three demons looked tense, continuously casting various stabilizing spells into the barrier, while the wind slasher beast had a particularly grim expression. Han Li stood within the formation, coldly observing everything, following their instructions to intermittently inject wood attribute spiritual power. Occasionally, a hint of eagerness would flash across his face, but he ultimately refrained from any rash actions. Perhaps, Han Li felt that the timing was not yet right. A month later, the three demons showed unmistakable signs of exhaustion on their faces. Although their hands didn't stop casting spells and maintaining the spiritual power, they were clearly nearing the limit of their mana. The lightning and gales within the barrier were still fierce and wild, but a strange, symbiotic phenomenon had begun to emerge between them. Lightning flickered within the gales, and wind howled within the arcs of lightning. Seeing this, the three demons couldn't hide their joy. The next day, the weakest of them, the turtle monster, was the first to consume the spirit liquid in his bottle, quickly restoring his mana. In the following days, the poisonous flood dragon and Feng Zai did the same. Han Li watched all this coldly, expressionless, but his hand occasionally touched an object in his storage pouch, a hint of a barely noticeable cunning glinting in his eyes. When the three demons' mana was greatly depleted again, if the magic treasure had not yet been completely refined, it might just be his opportunity. Originally, Hanley thought this strategy was the least reliable. But now, it seemed it might actually have a chance of success. Over 20 days later, the shield became calm and quiet. The raging thunder and fierce wind had disappeared, revealing a pair of silver-white wings. Made primarily from the bones of the thunder rock, with other spiritual bird materials forming the flesh, and the power of wind and thunder transformed into feathers, a pair of wind and thunder wings was thus created. Although the wings seemed completed, the power of wind and thunder in each feather had only just taken shape and had not yet stabilized. Thus, despite having expended much of their magic power, Feng Zai and the other two demons continued to inject wind and thunder spiritual energy into the shield, fearing that all their efforts would be wasted. Feng Zai felt somewhat frustrated. He had believed that the 3 drops of spiritual liquid he had exchanged from other demon cultivators would be sufficient to prevent excessive depletion of their magic power, but the actual consumption far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, it seemed that even if they had to expend some of their vitality, they could barely hold on until the end. Otherwise, there would be no way to undo the failure of forging the treasure. As Feng Zai sighed with relief, he suddenly sensed a trace of unusual spiritual energy fluctuation in the refining room. Although it was brief and faint, it was extremely pure. Feng Zai's expression changed slightly, and his icy gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Han Li, his face turning grim. Han Li's face turned pale, and he forced a smile, but the demon stared at him coldly without any expression. "Take it out," the demon said woodenly. "What does Senior want?" Han Li's expression grew more strained, his face showing an unnatural look as he quietly moved one hand into his sleeve. Feng Zai's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing in them. Suddenly, he raised a finger, a blinding white light flickering at the tip. Han Li, seeing this, was initially stunned, but then let out a scream and fell to the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, his face turning black and purple, full of unbearable pain. HMPH, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Feng Zai's face flashed with a grim look as he coldly stared at a small bottle that had fallen from Han Li's sleeve. His face showing a strange expression, he grabbed it with one hand, and the bottle flew into his hand instantly. The taste of wind spirit energy acting up isn't pleasant, is it? You seem to have little spiritual energy left just now, but now you've recovered quite a bit. It seems the bottle contains some spiritual medicine. Were you planning to restore your energy and escape while we were exhausted?" The wind-splitting beast said unkindly, glancing at Han Li. At this moment, Han Li, because the demon had stopped casting, managed to stand up with difficulty and heard this. His face instantly turned bloodless, looking as if his plan had been exposed. "You do have some cunning. Let me see what's in the bottle. I haven't heard of anything besides 10,000-year spiritual liquid that can instantly replenish spiritual energy, Feng Zai said, glancing at the bottle, tossing it casually with one hand, and muttering to himself. I haven't heard of it either. However, it might be useful to us, said the poison Jiao opposite, his face showing curiosity. At this moment, he and the tortoise demon were continuously casting various spells into the bone wings to accelerate the solidification of wind and thunder energy. Although he seemed somewhat stronger than the tortoise demon, his magic power was also greatly depleted, barely holding on. Feng Zai was startled by these words, but then thoughtfully opened the bottle cap. A wisp of pure spiritual energy wafted out. The demon first glanced into the bottle and then sniffed it lightly, showing a strange expression on his face. What is it? The tortoise demon couldn't help but ask impatiently. You tell them. Feng Zai glanced at Han Li and said calmly. 1 drop of 10,000-year spiritual liquid, diluted, Han Li said reluctantly, hanging his head. What? It's 10,000-year spiritual liquid. The tortoise demon exclaimed with surprise and joy, his spirits instantly lifted. Among the 3 demons, he had the weakest magic power and lacked confidence to last until the end, hence his visible delight. HMPH, it should have other things mixed in. The color is slightly pale green, and it has more wood spiritual energy, Feng Zai said, examining the half-bottle of liquid with a flash of doubt in his eyes. I mixed in some aged spiritual herbs, and since my cultivation method is wood-based, the more wood spiritual energy, the better, Han Li said with a bitter smile, answering truthfully. Feng Zai frowned at this, but was about to inquire further when the tortoise demon shouted. Brother Feng, give me the spiritual liquid quickly. You know that although we can barely hold on, we're depleting our own vitality, which will result in a drop in cultivation. I must replenish some spiritual energy, the tortoise demon said anxiously, fearing Feng Zai wouldn't agree. Of course, I know that, but this spiritual liquid. The humanoid wind-splitting beast hesitated. Brother Feng, I can sense the pure spiritual energy in the bottle from this distance. It's definitely 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Even if there's some trickery, do we care about poison? Besides, I'm a poison Jiao, immune to all poisons. If there is poison, I would detect it, the poison Jiao said after a moment of silence. It seemed he also didn't want to continue depleting his vitality. Hee, I almost forgot about your poison identification talent. In that case, I also need to replenish my magic power. Let's split the liquid 3 ways. This way, when the treasure is completed, we won't have lost much true essence, Feng Zai said with a laugh, then tilted his head back and drank a little over a third of the liquid before tossing the bottle to the poison Jiao. Being a 9th-level demon beast, he wasn't afraid of poison, but didn't want to miss out on the spiritual energy in the liquid. The poison Jiao took the bottle without a word, drank half of the remaining liquid, and then threw the bottle to the tortoise demon. The tortoise demon eagerly drank the remaining liquid, then discarded the bottle. Soon, the three felt a faint recovery of their magic power, and all breathed a sigh of relief, Feng Zai's remaining doubts vanishing completely. At this moment, the poison Jiao's eyes flashed with viciousness as he transmitted to Feng Zai. The treasure forging is almost done, and this human cultivator is useless now. Let me deal with him. His presence is really an eyesore. As soon as the demon finished speaking, he looked at Han Li with cold, murderous eyes. Don't touch him yet. Although we shouldn't need Wood's spiritual energy in the next few days, it's best to be cautious. We'll kill him after the wings are completed, Feng Zai said coldly, his gaze inadvertently passing over Han Li. All right then, let this human live a few more days, the poison Jiao said with some dissatisfaction, but ultimately agreed. Han Li could only see the two demons' lips moving and couldn't know their conversation. However, seeing their unfriendly glances, he guessed a bit and felt a chill run down his spine. He thought hard for a moment, then suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes as if ready to resign himself to fate. The three demons were puzzled, but paid him no mind, refocusing their attention on the wings. In reality, Han Li's heart was pounding. He was slowly channeling the bamboo cloud soared within his body, releasing thread-thin strands of faint golden lightning, controlling them to not explode. He was using these to wrap the wind spirit energy planted by the old demon layer by layer. Naturally, Han Li couldn't refine the wind spirit energy with his current cultivation, nor could the heavenly thunder clear it completely. But temporarily containing it to prevent it from acting up was within his capability, based on his experience with the dry blue ice bead. At this moment, the tortoise demon, having recovered some of his spiritual energy, continued injecting energy into the shield, looked at the poison Jiao, and seemed to want to say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his expression changed, showing a strange look. The tortoise demon suddenly stopped casting and collapsed to the ground, his mouth wide open, but unable to make a sound. An astonishing scene unfolded. The demon's abdomen swelled bizarrely, followed by his head and limbs, as if an evil spirit within was trying to burst out. The poison Jiao and Feng Zai's faces changed drastically at this sight. They instantly thought of the diluted liquid in Han Li's small bottle. The poison Jiao roared in fury, his body radiating a blood-red glow as he prepared to attack Han Li. However, almost simultaneously, his expression changed drastically. With a thud, he fell to his knees, watching helplessly as his body swelled and distorted, unable to move or speak. Courting death. Seeing this, Feng Zai's face flashed with anger as he shouted. His figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, reappearing behind Han Li like a ghost. He raised one hand, which transformed into a black claw and struck down fiercely. His movements were as fast as lightning. Although Han Li had been on high alert, he couldn't keep up with Feng Zai's speed. He could only desperately try to dodge to the side. With a clear clang sound, Han Li was sent flying over 10 yards away, as if he had been struck by a tremendous force. stumbling several times before barely managing to stand. Despite being struck squarely by a 9th-level demon beast, Han Li's chest wasn't pierced through. The demon cultivator Feng Zai was also momentarily stunned. Then his eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stared at the torn clothing on Han Li's back. There, some silver-white scales were exposed. These scales were mostly damaged by Feng Zai's earlier strike, revealing a black, shiny garment underneath. An inner armor. Feng Zai was greatly surprised but coldly sneered, disappearing into a clear breeze once again. This inner armor was evidently a top-notch treasure, capable of withstanding his attack. But next time, it wouldn't save Han Li's life. Han Li, feeling lucky to have bought some time, wasted no moment. As soon as he steadied himself, he enveloped himself in a simultaneous surge of green and gold light, forming a spectacular shield of azure essence sword energy. At the same time, he raised both hands, releasing over 20 green sword lights that formed another layer of protection inside the shield. Just as he finished all this, Feng Zai's tall, thin figure appeared before Han Li. Feng Zai's face was shadowy, and with a cold glint in his eyes, he opened his mouth, letting out a dazzling white light. Han Li's expression changed drastically. The old demon was using his demon core to attack directly, something he had no way to defend against. Just as Han Li felt a chill run through him, Feng Zai abruptly shut his mouth, his body shaking, and his face turning extremely ugly as he struggled to stand steady. Han Li noticed Feng Zai's body trembling slightly, and his abdomen starting to bulge and contract irregularly. Though Feng Zai's cultivation was far deeper than the other two demons, the drug's effect still manifested. Han Li was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he pointed at Feng Zai. Over 20 azure bamboo cloud swords shot out, wildly slashing and stabbing at the demon. Moments later, the smile on Han Li's face froze. Although the split-wind beast was painfully kneeling on one knee, clutching his abdomen, a faint white light enveloped him, and no matter how fiercely the swords attacked, they couldn't penetrate the protective light. Moreover, the demon could still glare at Han Li with intense hatred, unable to speak but full of venomous intent. Seeing this, Han Li's heart sank. He quickly deduced that the demon must have some protective treasure. Otherwise, given Feng Zai's hatred, he would have already used whatever little power he had left to kill Han Li. Slightly reassured, Han Li quickly formed a hand seal, and the 24 flying swords flew into the air. In an instant, 2 dazzling green beams of light burst forth, transforming into 2 giant swords several meters long, glowing coldly. Han Li's eyes flashed with determination. He silently opened his mouth, releasing 2 wisps of green energy onto the giant swords. Upon contact with the green energy, the swords shone even brighter, descending with a chilling howl towards the white light surrounding the split-wind beast. 2 loud bangs echoed. The giant swords struck the white light fiercely, green and white intertwining. But the swords only pressed down the white light slightly before being forcefully rebounded. Seeing this, Han Li was stunned. Feng Zai's face, however, displayed a mocking smile. Seeing this expression, Han Li was startled. He realized that although the demon was in excruciating pain and unable to move, his abdomen was fluctuating, and his limbs and head weren't showing the same abnormal changes. It seemed the demon was suppressing the drug's effect. Han Li's expression changed as he quickly turned to look at the other two demons. What he saw made his heart sink. The poison Jiao and the turtle demon, though their bodies were still swelling, had smaller heads and limbs compared to before. Judging by the spiritual energy radiating from them, they were also trying to suppress the drug's effect, though not as effectively as Feng Zai. Han Li didn't hesitate. He pointed at the two giant swords, which turned into two green beams, slashing towards the two demons. Since the swords couldn't deal with Feng Zai, it was better to eliminate the other two demons first. At the same time, Han Li slapped his waist, releasing countless gold-devouring beetles. They swarmed the white light surrounding Feng Zai, beginning to gnaw at it. The split-winged beast showed a look of surprise, seeing so many gold-devouring beetles. But the next moment, the countless beetles wrapped layer upon layer around the white light, starting to gnaw at it. Meanwhile, the two giant swords slashed at the turtle demon and poison Jiao. Although the two demons' faces changed, they couldn't move and could only watch as the green sword light struck them. A series of loud chopping sounds rang out, but the two demons remained unscathed under the frenzied assault of the giant swords. Han Li was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The split-winged beast has a protective treasure, but these two demons, the swords are landing directly on their bodies yet can't harm them. Is the flesh of 8th-level demons that tough? Recovering, Han Li didn't give up. He pointed at the giant swords, and two arm-thick golden arcs shot out, hitting the demons squarely. The poison Jiao and turtle demon showed pained expressions, but remained unharmed after being struck by such powerful divine lightning. However, their gazes towards Han Li grew even more vicious. Clearly, the first thing they'd do once able to move was to tear Han Li apart. Han Li felt a chill run down his spine. Turning to look at his swarm of beetles, he commanded them with his mind. The beetles soared into the air, revealing the split-winged beast beneath. Though the white light had dimmed slightly, the demon remained unharmed. The protective light was incredibly tough, barely affected by the thousands of gold-devouring beetles. This demon's protective treasure was astoundingly formidable. Just as Han Li hesitated about whether to continue with the beetles, Feng Zai suddenly spoke. "Human, do you really think a mere core formation cultivator can harm us transformation stage demons? Wait a little longer, and I'll make you taste a fate worse than death," the demon said laboriously, his face full of malice. His voice was calm, but the threat was clear. "Is that so?" Han Li, hearing the threat, became calm instead. Without hesitation, He pointed at the swarm of beetles, directing them towards the other two demons. The two giant swords continued their assault on the protective light. "Stop! What are you doing, you fool? If you ruin the wind thunder wings, you'll waste all our efforts. Besides, only wind and thunder powers can wield them. What use would they be to you?" Feng Zai, seeing Han Li's actions, finally panicked, shouting in alarm. Han Li sneered, ignoring the demon. The beetles swarmed the two demons, while the giant swords relentlessly attacked the protective light. After all, this light was meant for artifact forging, not defense. The split-winged beast's eyes turned blood-red with rage, but remained helpless due to the internal turmoil. Suddenly, the poison Jiao let out an earth-shattering scream. A blood-red glow exploded within the swarm of beetles, and as soon as the beetles touched the blood, they dissolved into black water. The blood was incredibly poisonous. Han Li squinted his eyes, taking in the scene not far away. Under the assault of the gold-devouring beetles, the scales of the poison Jiao finally began to crumble. However, as its body was torn apart, countless jets of blood sprayed out, turning many of the beetles into pools of venomous liquid. Before long, there were only a few beetles left on the poison Jiao's severely wounded body. At this point, the poison Jiao was covered in injuries, with green blood oozing from all over its body. It glared at Han Li with utter hatred. Han Li felt a chill in his heart. The reputation of the poison Jiao was well-deserved. Although the gold-devouring beetles had evolved to the point where ordinary magical treasures couldn't harm them, they were easily destroyed by the poisonous blood. This demonstrated the potency of the poison. However, a cold smile soon appeared on Han Li's face. What the poison Jiao didn't know was that he had more than just these few beetles. Even if he had to sacrifice most of them, he intended to take down as many of the three demons as possible. Thinking of this, he quickly glanced at the other side, where the turtle demon was completely covered by the swarm of beetles. The sound of chewing, a constant shusha noise, had not stopped, but the pile of beetles remained motionless. If not for the faint demonic aura and the high, bulging shape, he would have thought that the demon was already dead. Despite his doubts, Han Li couldn't afford to think too much. With a grim look, he raised his hands and released several more spirit beast pouches. Immediately, the buzzing of wings filled the entire chamber, as over 100,000 tricolored gold devouring beetles filled the air, covering the ceiling. Seeing such a large number of beetles, the poison Jiao's face first changed, then showed a look of despair. Feng Zai, who was surrounded by white light, also turned pale with a look of horror. It was well known that swarming spirit insects, compared to ordinary spirit beasts, had a shorter reproduction cycle and produced many offspring at once. However, it still took a century or more to raise a swarm. After recognizing their master and hatching, they needed decades of training before they could be used. The higher the grade and the more powerful the spirit insects, the longer the time required. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, although many knew about insect control techniques, few were famous for them in the Chaos Star Sea. It was especially rare to hear of such techniques being used by those who had reached the core formation stage. Most insect-controlling cultivators considered themselves fortunate to have over 1,000 spirit insects in their lifetime. Even so, this often required the passing of insects from master to disciple across generations to amass such numbers. Additionally, spirit insects were much more fragile than other spirit beasts. It was common for all the spirit insects to be wiped out in a single battle. This was another reason why few cultivators pursued insect control techniques despite their known power. Both Feng Zai and the poison Jiao had already witnessed the power of Han Li's gold-devouring beetles. Even as 8th and 9th level demon beasts, they found them terrifying. Seeing Han Li release so many now, it was hard for them to believe. Of course, they didn't know that these gold-devouring beetles had not yet fully matured. Otherwise, they would have been even more horrified. Ignoring the look of rage and hatred in the poison Jiao's eyes, Han Li directed the swarm with a thought. The buzzing beetles formed several streams, swarming down on the poison Jiao. In no time, the jets of blood from the poison Jiao's body sprayed out again, dissolving many beetles into nothing. However, the swarm, undeterred, continued to spiral down from the ceiling. In just a moment, the blood sprays began to lessen and dim. Shortly after, under the poison Jiao's despairing gaze, the blood jets completely ceased. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes lit up. The swarm unceremoniously descended, engulfing the poison Jiao in an instant. Before long, the towering pile of beetles shrank and flattened. Unable to withstand the attack after its scales were breached, the poison Jiao was soon devoured to death by the swarm. Seeing this, Feng Zai's face changed slightly, but soon regained its calm, glaring coldly at Han Li. With a low murmur, Han Li called the swarm back, revealing the remains of the poison Jiao. Among the remains, a blood-red demon core about the size of a fist flickered. Han Li's face showed a trace of strange emotion, but before he could act, the demon core flashed blue and shot towards the door. Without thinking, Han Li flicked his finger, sending a streak of cyan sword energy that hit the demon core. The demon core spun wildly, and suddenly a blue light emerged from it, revealing a miniature Jiao dragon, the poison Jiao's spirit. The Jiao spirit, seeing its cover blown, panicked and vanished in a flash of blood light. Han Li's face turned cold, and he swiftly patted a spirit beast pouch at his waist. A green light shot out, landing on the ground, revealing a sleepy-looking little monkey, the screeching soul beast. Han Li had no time to care about the beast's mood. He patted its head, causing it to emit a nasal snort. A beam of yellow light shot out from its nose, swirled in the air, and enveloped an empty spot nearby. The yellow light revealed the blood-red miniature Jiao spirit. The yellow light then pulled back, dragging the poison Jiao's spirit towards the screeching soul beast's nose. The Jiao spirit naturally resisted, emitting a blinding blue light that temporarily halted the yellow light, keeping it in place. As a transformed world spirit beast, the power of its soul was far greater than that of 6th or 7th level demon beasts. Of course, this was also because the screeching soul beast was still in its infancy. Otherwise, it would be truly formidable. But Han Li's original intention was never to let the screeching soul beast absorb the Jiao spirit. The soul of an 8th level demon beast was an extremely rare treasure in this world. He wouldn't waste it. Thus, as the yellow light and the Jiao spirit's blue light stalemated, Han Li flashed to the side, expressionless, and grabbed the struggling spirit with his glowing hand. The tiny Jiao spirit, only a few inches long, struggled fiercely in his grasp, but Han Li quickly produced a prepared jade bottle. With a flick, the Jiao spirit, enveloped in green light, was thrown into the bottle. Han Li swiftly sealed the bottle and carefully stored it in his pouch. Only then did he let out a small sigh of relief. Not wasting a moment, Han Li turned towards the turtle demon. At that moment, a cracking sound echoed in the air. The barrier finally shattered under the repeated strikes of the two giant swords. Without looking up, Han Li extended his hand, releasing a burst of cyan light that enveloped the exposed wind-thunder wings, pulling them back to him. Without even glancing at it, he stuffed the treasure into his pouch. This action nearly made the nearby wind-split beast vomit blood in anger. Its previously calm face was once again filled with extreme hatred. But Han Li's gaze was fixed on the high pile of beetles. With a low command, the swarm lifted off, revealing the turtle demon below. What he saw made Han Li gasp. The demon was covered in wounds, its flesh torn and bloody, but its entire body emitted a faint yellow glow. The exposed flesh wriggled continuously, healing rapidly right before Han Li's eyes. In moments, the wounds were mostly healed. Self-healing body. Han Li was stunned, his mouth turning bitter. So-called self-healing bodies were not uncommon among demon beasts. Many low-level demon beasts had the strange ability to heal wounds and regenerate limbs. However, this innate talent was very rare among high-level demon beasts. In all the 6th and 7th level demon beasts Han Li had killed, he had never encountered one with such regenerative abilities. Seeing this 8th level turtle demon with such a body, Han Li was greatly surprised. But this also meant more trouble for Han Li. Unless he could decapitate the turtle demon or shatter its golden core, the gold-devouring beetles alone wouldn't be able to kill it in a short time. At the very least, before the opponent's innate talent ability was exhausted, he couldn't do anything about it. Unfortunately, his Kingju B Cloud sword had only been refined for several decades, with little time spent refining it. Therefore, even though the materials used for this sword included thunder bamboo from the 3 great divine woods and the extremely rare refined crystal, its individual power compared to the personal magic treasures of the same level practitioners was not particularly strong. In the past, he had relied on this sword to kill 6 or 7 level demons, but most of the time, It was the astonishing number of swords that made the difference. When several swords, or even a set of 12 flying swords, were combined into one giant sword, the power naturally became incomparable. This was the fundamental strength of a set of magic treasures. When Hanley found that his flying swords were ineffective against the two monsters, he naturally became extremely shocked. However, upon further thought, it seemed quite reasonable. High-level demon beasts mostly focused on cultivating their demonic bodies. Some of them, with naturally tough skin and flesh, could even withstand attacks from magic treasures of the same level without damage. Moreover, demon beasts usually had lifespans several times, or even dozens of times longer than ordinary cultivators, giving them ample time to refine their demonic bodies to a level that astonished human cultivators. This was why cultivators before the nascent soul stage, relying on magic treasures and wisdom, could kill demon beasts below the 8th level. However, once demon beasts passed their transformation stage and fully refined their bodies, combined with their enhanced intelligence, they could easily suppress cultivators of the same level. The Flood Dragon belonged to the Scales and Armor clan among the spiritual beasts of heaven and earth. Being at the 8th level was sufficient to rival ordinary 9th-level demon beasts, so its defensive power was naturally not low. As for the turtle demon in front of him, it was the most powerful among turtles in terms of defense. For Hanley, who had only cultivated a slightly powerful flying sword, it was not surprising that he couldn't do anything to the immobile monsters. If it were an old monster in the nascent soul stage, with a magic treasure refined for hundreds of years, it would naturally be able to protect itself when the monsters couldn't move. Or if it were an old monster in the nascent soul stage, unable to move lying on the ground, Hanley, with his current flying sword, could easily kill it. Of course, the barbarian he had encountered before, whose physical body was almost on par with demon beasts, was an exception. As for the exorcism god Thunder, although it was extremely sharp against demonic arts and sorcery, it had no restraining effect on demon beasts. Although the power of the divine thunder came from the golden thunder bamboo itself, with Hanley's current cultivation, he could only unleash about 10 to 20% of its power. Understanding these things, Hanley didn't feel discouraged. He was very clear that once he advanced to the nascent soul stage and spent more than 100 years specifically refining the Kingju Be Cloud sword, the power of his magic treasure would naturally skyrocket. At that time, when several flying swords were combined into a giant sword, breaking through the demonic body defense of the two monsters would definitely not be difficult. After all, the Kingju Be Cloud sword was a top-tier magic treasure he had spent a lot of effort to refine. Hanley firmly believed in its potential. Now, Hanley could easily kill ordinary cultivators in the late Foundation establishment stage, or even 7th-level demon beasts. But when facing old monsters in the nascent soul stage and 8th-level demon beasts, he didn't dare to confront them head-on. The Foundation establishment stage, and the nascent soul stage were two completely different worlds. These thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind in an instant, and he glanced at the turtle demon under his feet and the wind Zai in the white light on the other side, his face showing a few fleeting changes in expression. He knew that apart from taking the risk of using the dry blue ice flame, he had no other way to eliminate the two monsters in a short time. But even so, Han Li estimated that dealing with the turtle demon was still manageable, but the chance of successfully killing the wind demon with its freakish protective treasure was less than 30%. Because he couldn't control the dry blue ice flame at all, let alone manipulate it to concentrate its power on the two monsters. In this way, the actual effect of the ice flame was naturally greatly reduced. What made Han Li hesitate even more was that he could release the ice flame but couldn't retrieve it. If he couldn't kill the wind demon, this treasure would be given to the demon for nothing, greatly increasing its strength. If that was the case, he might as well keep it for himself. After condensing the nascent soul, refining this item would definitely become another trump card for him in the future. Han Li didn't spend much time thinking about it, nor did he have any extra time to waste. The turtle demon was still fine, with its body intact. But the abdomen of the wind demon had shrunk by more than half compared to before, and the gloom on its face became even heavier. With a glance, Han Li's heart sank. It probably wouldn't be long before this monster completely suppressed the medicinal power in its body and regained its ability to move and use magic. So Han Li gritted his teeth, bent down to grab the storage bag from under the turtle demon's feet, then kicked the immobile monster into the pool of lava. Then, after finding another storage bag from the remains of the poisonous flood dragon, he collected the demon core and disappeared in a flash, appearing behind the wind demon and kicking it into the surging fire. After that, Han Li didn't even look at the situation of the two monsters. He transformed into a green rainbow and flew away. He didn't believe that even if the two monsters had extraordinary abilities, they could find him if he hid on an island. After a loud bang, Han Li blasted a large hole in the stone door and disappeared without a trace. In the refining room, silence fell. After who knew how long, there was an extremely resentful roar from the pool of lava, followed by a dazzling white light flying out of the lava, smashing through the roof, piercing through the cave's prohibition, and disappearing without a trace. The next moment, this white light appeared directly above the small island, flying around at a speed invisible to the naked eye before returning to the distance. After the light dissipated, the figure of the 9th-level wind demon, Wind Zai, appeared. He looked unchanged, as if he had been unharmed in the pool of lava. But his face was full of resentment, and he still held the huge body of the turtle demon, which was still immobile, with one hand. The turtle demon had no treasures to protect it, and its whole body was burnt black, with no hair left. It seemed to have suffered a bit in the pool of lava. With a flicker of white light in his eyes, Wind Zai glanced around and then showed a sinister look. Then, without saying a word, he locked onto a certain direction, turned into a white rainbow, and tore through the sky. At the same time, thousands of miles away, Han Li, who was madly fleeing with his blood-colored cloak, broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, the wind spirit chi in his body, which had been trapped by the exorcism god Thunder, suddenly began to stir restlessly, showing signs of instability. But fortunately, Han Li reacted quickly and quickly dispersed the spiritual power on the cloak, forcibly suppressing the anomaly with pure spiritual power. After reaching the late foundation establishment stage, although Han Li still couldn't control the blood-colored cloak freely, he could at least cut off the forcibly extracted spiritual power at will. In this way, the practicality of this ancient treasure increased quite a bit. At this moment, Han Li's face changed drastically, and he naturally knew that the wind demon had finally escaped from confinement. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately changed direction, pouring spiritual power into the cloak and fleeing at high speed. Previously, he had completely angered the monster. If he was caught up by it, he would definitely suffer a cruel fate. But what made Han Li annoyed was that despite the considerable distance between him and the monster, it still managed to control the wind spirit chi sealed within him. This caught Han Li completely off guard, filling him with regret. Perhaps sacrificing the dry blue ice bead in the refining room was the wise choice. But it was too late for regrets now. Han Li could only transform into a blood-red light and flee desperately. For the next period of time, ranging from 2 to 3 hours to the time it takes to finish a meal, the wind spirit chi within Han Li's body would inevitably surge once. Although he managed to suppress it every time, he immediately changed direction to evade detection by the pursuer, in case they pinpointed his location and caught up with him. Han Li's fleeing speed was far inferior to the wind demon, but he still had the upper hand, managing to shake off the pursuer by a considerable distance every time. However, the wind demon, relying on its sensitivity to the wind spirit chi, would quickly catch up again. In this way, Han Li and the wind demon chased each other for more than a month, engaging in a game of cat and mouse on the vast sea. During the escape, Han Li was both anxious and extremely frustrated. Naturally, he wanted to refine the wind spirit chi in his body to prevent the wind demon from endlessly chasing him. But this thing was extremely tenacious. Despite spending a month, Han Li didn't see it diminish by half a point. It was simply something he, at his foundation establishment stage, couldn't refine. Helpless, Han Li gave up this idea and focused on fleeing and hiding with all his heart. But what puzzled Han Li was that the wind demon didn't use its spells frequently to detect his location. If it did, it would have intercepted him long ago. This left Han Li bewildered. Of course, Han Li didn't know that thousands of miles away, Wind Zai was also feeling extremely frustrated. It wasn't that he didn't want to use his spells more to find Han Li's location, but his current situation was remarkably similar to Han Li's. Although he had forced the hidden object in his body into one place and temporarily wrapped it in spiritual power, this thing would inevitably surge every once in a while. This forced him to stop his escape and suppress it with cultivation. Although he was confident that given some time to meditate, he could completely refine this thing, he couldn't afford to do so now as he was closely following Han Li and his spiritual power was running low. He could only hold back his resentment and continue tracking. As for the turtle demon, although it had already recovered, Windzai abandoned it because it was too slow in its escape and chose to chase after Han Li alone. In his frustration, Windzai couldn't help but feel amazed at Han Li's speed in fleeing. He also vaguely guessed that Han Li probably had some treasure that could increase his speed. As days went by, the intervals between the eruptions of the wind spirit energy in Han Li's body grew longer. Initially, it erupted every few hours, then once every half day, and finally, Han Li only needed to suppress it once a day. Moreover, each eruption was weaker than the last. Finally, after a 2-day interval, the wind spirit energy settled down, and the wind-splitting beast ceased its attempts to control it. Han Li was naturally overjoyed. Regardless of whether the beast had moved too far away for its spell to work or had encountered some other trouble, this was the perfect opportunity to escape. Without hesitation, Han Li drank a drop of spiritual liquid, chose a direction, and swiftly flew away, leaving the nearby sea far behind. On a small island tens of thousands of miles away from Han Li, the wind-splitting beast sat cross-legged in a deserted cave, meditating with a gloomy expression. After such a prolonged chase, it had finally exhausted its magical power and could no longer suppress the foreign object within its body. Unlike Han Li, the beast could not afford the luxury of using millennia-old spiritual liquid to instantly restore its magical power. Reluctantly, it had to stay on this island to thoroughly resolve the internal threat before resuming its pursuit of Han Li. The beast had spent great effort to refine the wind-thunder wings, and it swore a venomous oath that it would retrieve them. With that thought, the 9th-level wind-splitting beast closed its eyes and entered a state of deep meditation. Over a month later, Han Li appeared on a remote and unfamiliar island. Seeing that there were indeed no human cultivators or high-level demonic beasts nearby, he quickly dug out a simple stone cave on the island. After setting up a few concealment formations at the entrance, he hurried inside, sat down, and took out the wind-thunder wings. Looking at the pair of wings, which had shrunk to the size of his palm, Han Li couldn't help but smile with joy. Since these wings required wind and thunder energy to operate, and the 9th-level demon Windzai had only wind energy, it indicated that possessing either type of energy would suffice to use this treasure. Han Li, being able to harness the divine lightning, naturally had the ability to control this treasure. If the wind-thunder wings were indeed as marvelous as the wind-splitting beast had claimed, mastering them as soon as possible would greatly benefit his future survival. However, upon closer inspection, Han Li noticed that the silver-white feathers of the wings were somewhat unstable, a sign that the treasure had been taken out too early and had not fully solidified. Although this wasn't as dire as the beast had warned, delaying further would indeed diminish its power. Han Li didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he immediately used his fingernail to make a small cut on his index finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the wings. After performing a spell, he completed the ritual of binding the treasure to him. Seeing the wings absorb his blood, Han Li's eyes flashed with determination. He tossed the wings into the air, where they floated motionlessly. Without looking, he flicked his fingers, sending thin arcs of lightning toward the wings, causing a low rumbling sound. With a serious expression, Han Li continued to channel more and more golden lightning arcs. Soon, a pale golden lightning dome appeared in the air, enveloping the wind-thunder wings. The rumbling sound gradually diminished. Watching the wings absorb the divine lightning bit by bit, Han Li finally felt relieved. Over the next few days, Han Li used the divine lightning to stabilize the feathers of the wind-thunder wings. Due to the absorption of the divine lightning, the silver feathers developed faint golden streaks, barely noticeable to the naked eye. After completing the task that the wind-splitting beast had failed to do, Han Li retracted the lightning arcs and enveloped the wings in a green light, absorbing them into his body. Then he left the stone cave and flew into the sky to test the wings' capabilities. Standing high above, Han Li took a deep breath and activated the wind-thunder wings with his magic power. He felt a surge of spiritual energy behind him, followed by a whoosh as a pair of wings, each about 10 feet long, materialized behind him. The silver-white feathers, faintly streaked with gold, looked ethereal. Curious, Han Li reached out to touch one of the wings, feeling a cool and slightly tingling sensation. Frowning, he exerted a bit more force, and his entire hand easily sank into the wing. What is this? Han Li was startled. He immediately examined his body internally. The palm-sized wind-thunder wings were still securely nestled above his dantian, emitting a faint white light. The wings manifested outside his body were purely a projection of spiritual energy. This discovery surprised Han Li. Steadying himself, Han Li began to channel more magic power into the wings. In response, the wings shimmered with silver light, and with a slight flap, he soared forward effortlessly. After flying back and forth a few times, Han Li stopped and rubbed his chin in contemplation. The speed wasn't extraordinary, not much faster than before. It seemed he needed to infuse the wings with lightning energy to truly test them. Without hesitation, Han Li channeled the divine lightning, sending 2 golden arcs into the wings. Instantly, thunder rumbled from behind him. Han Li quickly glanced back to see the wings shimmering with silver-white lightning, involuntarily spreading out. With a thought, there was a muffled boom and a flash of silver light, and Han Li reappeared more than 10 feet away. Lightning escape technique. Han Li was initially shocked, then overjoyed. With another flap of his wings, he vanished and reappeared 30 feet away. For the next while, Han Li transformed into a silver lightning bolt, flashing hundreds of feet in the air, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. No wonder it's the most mysterious of escape techniques. The speed is far superior to ordinary five-element escape techniques. I wonder how much more powerful this treasure will become with prolonged cultivation. No wonder the 9th-level wind-splitting beast went to such lengths to refine it. With its innate speed complemented by these wings, it would be nearly impossible for anyone or anything to catch it. Reappearing from a silver arc, Han Li gently stroked one wing, murmuring to himself with a smile. Then, with a flash of white light, the wings dissipated. Han Li didn't intend to stay on the island. He planned to leave the outer Star Sea and return to the inner sea as quickly as possible. He knew that although he had temporarily evaded the 9th-level wind-splitting beast, it wouldn't take long for the beast to search the nearby sea and resume its pursuit. He wouldn't wait around to be caught. The inner Star Sea was dominated by human cultivators. No matter how powerful the beast was, it wouldn't dare venture deep into that territory. Once he formed his nascent soul in the inner Star Sea, he wouldn't need to fear the beast anymore. As for the nascent soul cultivators who had hunted him years ago over the void heaven cauldron, enough time had passed that their pursuit should have cooled down significantly. With his late-stage core formation cultivation, as long as he avoided the most formidable opponents, he should be able to escape if necessary. Having made his decision, Han Li returned to the stone cave on the island and quickly checked the storage bags of the turtle demon and the poisonous flood dragon. They contained numerous demon cores and rare materials. Among these materials, he found a black turtle shell the size of a fist and over 100 blood-red scales. These were likely items shed by the two demons during their transformations, making them extremely valuable. Han Li was pleasantly surprised. If he could use these materials to craft armor, it would likely rival the royal scale armor of the man-beard. However, he didn't have time to focus on that now. After collecting the formation flags at the cave entrance, he left the island and headed toward the area where the Myriad Sound Sect's market was located. Since the Myriad Sound Sect had built a teleportation array, it should be ready by now. Whether through negotiation or force, he planned to use that teleportation array to return to the inner sea. Han Li didn't know the exact location of the Myriad Sound Sect's new market, but finding a well-informed human cultivator should provide the information he needed. What he also didn't know was that the escaped turtle demon had already informed the leader of the Flood Dragon clan in a deep underwater cave thousands of feet below the sea about how Han Li had killed the poisonous Flood Dragon. This leader was a 9th-level fire dragon, also at the mid-transformation stage. With Han Li's current cultivation, even without his cloak and thunder wings, his speed was astonishing. In just half a month, Han Li arrived at the desolate island, where the mystical sound Gates Market had once been located. However, after a brief sweep with his divine sense, he confirmed that the underground world was indeed empty. Thus, he needed to find someone to inquire about it. After looking around, he casually picked a direction and turned into a green light, disappearing in an instant. Since the mystical sound Gates Market was once set up on this island, it wouldn't have moved far from the nearby waters. Moreover, these waters should be densely populated with human cultivators. Han Li believed that with his powerful divine sense, it wouldn't be difficult to find some human cultivators. As expected, after flying for half a day, Han Li found traces of human cultivators on a medium-sized island. Moreover, it wasn't just one person but a group. Standing high in the sky, Han Li looked down at several male and female cultivators who were besieging two fourth-level demonic beasts on the sea near the island. When he saw a few familiar faces among them, Han Li was initially taken aback. Then he smiled. Afterward, he casually used the transforming shape art to change his appearance, becoming a middle-aged man with a black face. Without haste, he flicked two cyan sword beams, which instantly pierced through the heads of the two fourth-level demonic beasts, killing them on the spot. This sudden move startled the cultivators below, who immediately noticed Han Li's figure high in the sky, causing a commotion. They realized that a cultivator at the core formation stage or above had arrived. After a brief discussion, a robust man in brocade flew up to Han Li. "Greetings, Senior." Recognizing Yi, the robust man who had once been transmitted with him, Han Li narrowed his eyes but said nothing, turning his gaze to Scarface Su Yun below. As for Lady Liu and the other cultivators who had been transmitted with him, none were present. Yi and Su Yun were still in the late foundation establishment stage after all these years, suggesting they had likely failed to form their cores. Seeing Han Li's stern silence, Yi became nervous. He hesitated for a moment before Han Li slowly spoke. "I'm looking for the mystical sound Gates Secret Market. Do any of you know when and where it will be held next?" Han Li asked calmly, looking at Yi. Yi's face relaxed upon hearing this. With a respectful expression, he quickly replied, "Senior, the next secret market will open in about a month. The location has been set on Twin Peaks Island, a few days' journey west of here. If you wish to go, I can guide you." "There's no need. Just give me the sea chart," Han Li said indifferently, shaking his head. He had no intention of catching up with them. Yi was lucky to have survived the beast tide, but the others likely weren't as fortunate, which made Han Li sigh inwardly. "Yes, Senior. I will mark the location of the secret market on the sea chart," Yi said disappointedly. He had hoped to build some rapport with this core formation cultivator, as it would be beneficial in the increasingly perilous outer sea. After another glance at Han Li's cold expression, Yi reluctantly took out a jade slip, marked the market's location, and handed it to Han Li. Han Li briefly checked it with his divine sense, nodded, and then turned into a green light, disappearing into the sky. The remaining, low-level cultivators on the island looked on with envy. In the outer sea, without core formation-level cultivation, low-level cultivators dared not venture far from their dwellings. Though the market wouldn't open for another month, Han Li wouldn't foolishly wait that long. By then, before he could be transmitted away, the rift-wind beast would likely find him. Therefore, he intended to find Lady Fan and Yun Tianxiao to see if he could arrange a low-profile transmission in exchange for some compensation. If they demanded an exorbitant price, he wouldn't hesitate to forcefully arrange the transmission. A few days later, Han Li arrived at the so-called Twin Peaks Island, a sizable island with two towering peaks of similar height. After circling one of the peaks several times, he followed the instructions on the map and found the entrance to the market. After some hesitation, Han Li reverted his appearance to the one he had used during his last visit to the secret market. He then landed midway up the mountain and walked a few steps, stopping in front of a giant tree several meters thick. Looking at the towering tree, Han Li smirked slightly and flicked his finger, sending 3 white light balls into the tree's bark, producing 3 muffled sounds. After a while, green light flashed, and a crack appeared in the bark. An old man in white, who had been the gatekeeper at the last market, emerged. The old man immediately recognized the core formation expert that Han Li was impersonating. After all, the number of core formation cultivators visiting this place was limited, and he had heard rumors that this person had subdued more than a dozen core formation cultivators alone, possibly a nascent soul stage expert. Recognizing Han Li, the old man immediately bowed deeply and respectfully asked, "It's an honor to receive you, Senior Li. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. May I ask what brings you here? The secret market won't open for another month, and there are no goods to show yet." Han Li deliberately raised his head slightly and said arrogantly, "I'm not here for the market. I wish to see your sect master or Elder Yun." The old man was taken aback, then showed a hesitant expression. "What, is that not possible?" Han Li's voice turned cold, his expression becoming menacing. "Of course not." The old man shivered, immediately putting on a smile, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. For anyone else, it would be impossible. But since Senior is here, it must be an urgent matter. I will inform the sect master immediately. She happens to be here, overseeing the market preparations. Please wait a moment. The old man decided to leave this tricky matter to his superiors. He had no intention of confronting Han Li directly. "Then hurry. I don't have the patience to wait long." Hearing that Lady Fan was present, Han Li was pleased but maintained a stern expression. "Yes, I will inform her immediately. Please wait a moment." The old man, relieved, promptly sent a transmission talisman into the tree. "Where is Elder Yun? Why isn't he with your sect master?" Han Li asked casually, maintaining a calm demeanor. Elder Yun's whereabouts are unknown to me. Recently, the sect master has been handling the market affairs alone. The old man hesitated, then spoke hesitantly. Seeing the old man's expression, Han Li understood the hidden meaning. He chuckled coldly, but did not press further. This made the old man heave a sigh of relief. After a moment, the old man received a transmission talisman. After checking it with his divine sense, he respectfully said to Han Li, "Senior Li, our sect master invites you in. I will lead the way." "Lead the way, then," Han Li replied indifferently. The underground world beneath the tree was similar to the one he had seen during his last market visit, with upper and lower levels and a significant area. However, currently, apart from a dozen low-level male and female cultivators from the mystical sound gate preparing something, there was no one else inside. The old man led Han Li to a stone chamber, guarded by two attractive female cultivators. "Greetings, Senior Li. The sect master is inside, awaiting your arrival." The two young women respectfully greeted Han Li, their faces slightly flushed. Han Li noticed the expressions of the two women and, touching his chin, showed a contemplative look. He nodded silently. One of the female cultivators touched the wall, causing a ripple of blue light, and a stone door appeared. "Junior can only lead Senior this far. I shall take my leave," the old man said, seizing the opportunity to excuse himself. Han Li didn't mind and strode into the room. After walking through a short corridor, Han Li entered a hall. Madame Fan, dressed in a light green gown with light makeup, stood in the center of the room, smiling warmly. "I apologize for not greeting you from afar, Senior," she said with a charming smile, performing a curtsy. She then stepped aside, inviting Han Li to sit. Han Li glanced at the sandalwood chair behind her, raised an eyebrow, and walked over to sit down without hesitation. After a brief look at the woman's charming face, Han Li calmly said, "It seems Madam is not at all worried that I might be here with ill intentions towards your sect. Senior must be joking. With your cultivation, how could you trouble a junior like me, who's only at the foundation establishment stage?" Madame Fan said with a soft laugh, sitting gracefully beside Han Li. At this moment, she was less than a few meters away from Han Li, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Han Li frowned slightly, but remained composed. However, after Madame Fan sat down, a trace of surprise appeared on her face as she began to scrutinize Han Li with a strange look. Han Li's eyes flashed with a cold light as he was about to ask her what she meant. A young, attractive female cultivator, holding a light red tea tray, silently entered the room. After placing a cup of fragrant tea in front of each of them, she stood quietly behind Madame Fan. Though Madame Fan appeared calm, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes, but she said nothing. Seeing this, Han Li glanced at the two women, feeling a slight stir in his heart. "Senior, what brings you here this time? If there's anything our sect can assist you with, we will do our utmost," Madame Fan asked calmly after taking a sip of her tea. "Since Madame Fan speaks so straightforwardly, I won't beat around the bush. I wonder if your sect's teleportation array to the inner sea is complete. I wish to use it, Han Li said, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Teleportation array. Madame Fan was initially startled, then her eyes twinkled with a smile. I'm afraid Senior will be disappointed. The teleportation array is not yet fully completed, but it should be soon, just a bit more time. How long? Han Li interrupted coldly before she could finish. That's hard to say. As you know, the array is missing dream stones. Last time, Elder Yun and other seniors went to the Dream Stone site but were attacked by beasts. They only managed to gather a small amount after a fierce battle, losing several seniors. Elder Yun is now planning another trip. Madame Fan explained hesitantly, placing her teacup back on the table. Ahem. The young female cultivator behind Madame Fan suddenly coughed lightly. A trace of anger flashed across Madame Fan's beautiful face, but she stopped speaking as if considering something. A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. He then raised his head and coldly stared at the young female cultivator, causing her to lower her head in fear. Since the teleportation array can't be used in the short term, there's no need for further discussion. I shall take my leave, Han Li said after a moment of thought, standing up without intending to stay. Madame Fan hesitated, a complex look crossing her face, before she slowly said something that made Han Li pause. Although I can't help with the teleportation, our sect greatly respects all core formation seniors. Please rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. Stay overnight? All right, I'll rest for a night before leaving. Han Li initially frowned, ready to refuse, but after exchanging a look with her, he changed his mind. He, our sect will certainly take good care of you. Someone, please show Senior to the best room, Madame Fan said with a charming smile, her eyes flashing with a peculiar look. Immediately, another young female cultivator responded and entered. Han Li said nothing more, standing up and following her out. However, before leaving the hall, he seemed to confirm something, glancing back meaningfully before leaving unhurriedly. Madam, wasn't it risky to keep him here? This Li surname cultivator refused our offer last time. The young female cultivator behind Madame Fan said once Han Li was out of sight. Her soft voice had a bewitching tone, quite at odds with her delicate appearance, likely to make most men's hearts flutter. Although her tone was respectful, it subtly hinted at questioning. Yunkin, you're getting bolder. This senior Li's cultivation is formidable. Making his acquaintance is beneficial. Since when does the mystical sound gate need your permission? Madame Fan's face darkened upon hearing this. I dare not. I was merely conveying Elder Yun's instructions before he left. I hope Madam avoids making things difficult for me, the young woman said humbly, but her words showed no sign of retreat, invoking Elder Yun's authority. HMPH, I'll inform Elder Yun upon his return. I have other matters to attend to, Madame Fan said coldly, her face frosty as she swept out, not looking back. The young woman's face flickered with various emotions, standing alone in the hall. That evening, in a well-furnished and comfortable room, Han Li lay on a wooden bed, deep in thought. Despite staying overnight in the market, he had no worries. He had already scanned the area with his powerful divine sense. The highest cultivators here were only a few late Foundation establishment practitioners, including Madame Fan. There were no core formation cultivators, let alone nascent soul elders. Unless something unexpected happened, he was confident he could stay here without concern. However, he was now contemplating whether to take the sea route back to the inner sea, which would take several years. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Han Li said casually from the bed, as if he already knew who it was. A charming laugh came from outside, and Madame Fan, dressed elaborately, entered. She moved gracefully to the center of the room, her hair flowing like ink, exuding charm. "Senior, you're not resting yet. It seems you knew I would come," she said with a sweet smile, sitting boldly at Han Li's bedside. Madame Fan's hints were quite clear. "I was curious about what secret you wanted to discuss with me alone. Let me be clear, if it's not about the teleportation array, I'm not interested," Han Li said, not even glancing at her, closing his eyes. Naturally, being chased by so many nascent soul elders to the outer sea, Elder Han must be eager to return. "What did you say? Who is Elder Han?" Han Li's body stiffened, and he opened his eyes, staring coldly at the beautiful woman. "I meant our sex Elder Han," Madame Fan replied calmly, showing no signs of panic. Han Li stared at her coldly for a while before sitting up. "How did you recognize me? With your cultivation, it's impossible to see through my disguise," Han Li asked, regaining his composure. "I didn't see through you. I smelled you," Madame Fan replied, a sly look in her eyes as she brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. "Smelled me?" Han Li was puzzled, his face showing a mix of realization and confusion. Seeing Han Li's slight confusion, Madame Fan smiled and explained, "I've had a keen sense of smell since childhood. I can distinguish people's scents and remember them indefinitely. I found Elder Han interesting back then and remembered your scent. During the market, I couldn't identify you due to the distance and crowd. But today, being so close, it was impossible to miss." Her eyes were filled with seductive charm as she looked at Han Li, her smile bewitching. Han Li was left speechless. This world was truly full of wonders. There were even people who could recognize others by their aura. Faced with such a situation, Han Li could only lament his bad luck. However, he didn't show any signs of panic. As long as people like Man Hughesy or Feng Zai didn't appear, with his current cultivation and treasures, there weren't many he feared. This woman had witnessed his prowess and had come alone to speak privately, suggesting she had some other intentions. Thinking of this, Han Li coolly said, "Since Madam has recognized me, I won't deny it. However, should I address you as Assistant Director Fan or Sect Master Fan now? It seems that Senior doesn't approve of me becoming the master of the Miao Yin sect. But you should know, if I hadn't followed the instructions of the demonic path, The Miao Yin sect would have disappeared from the chaotic star sea long ago. I do admit, I was somewhat attached to the position of sect master, but it was mostly out of necessity. Madame Fan's face first showed joy at Han Li's words, then she explained with a bitter smile. There's no need to explain these things to me. I'm not interested in who becomes the master of the Miao Yin sect. This elder title is just a nominal position for me. But from what you just said, it seems you know some things about me. That makes me a bit curious. Could you share them with me? Han Li, with a calm expression, stretched lazily, showing a look of indifference. Madame Fan showed a hint of surprise. After gazing at Han Li for a moment, she smiled enchantingly. Although Senior's name isn't known by everyone, at least among high-level cultivators, it is quite famous. A Foundation establishment cultivator snatched the void sky cauldron, a treasure of immense value, from under the noses of many nascent soul stage elders, and then disappeared without a trace. This single act has made Elder Han's name well known. Madame Fan spoke with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, 9 out of 10 cultivators who know about it want to kill me. The remaining one dreams of getting the cauldron for themselves. Assistant Director Fan, do you also have such thoughts? Han Li sneered, looking at her before addressing her by her previous title. Senior must be joking. If I were a Foundation establishment cultivator, I might indeed have such delusions. But ever since I failed to form my core again, I have given up on advancing my cultivation. Such a treasure is not something I am fortunate enough to bear. I have no intention of doing something as foolish as drawing fire onto myself. The beautiful woman sighed repeatedly, shaking her head. Han Li carefully observed her expression. She seemed sincere, but he wouldn't easily believe her words. He subtly increased his vigilance before calmly continuing to ask. Besides the matter of the void sky cauldron, are there other rumors related to me? In the past, Han Li had avoided contact with high-level cultivators and knew very little about information concerning himself. Now that he had a chance, he naturally wanted to ask more. It seems Senior has heard some news. Indeed, there is another rumor about you. Some say that Senior is the bug demon who has been killing numerous cultivators in the nearby seas over the past few years. I don't quite believe this. Since you have acquired such a treasure, hiding your identity would be more logical. Why would you do something so conspicuous? However, I heard that many uninformed cultivators were stirred up. If not for the sudden beast tide, those who suffered from the bug demon's actions might have formed an extermination group to hunt you down. Madame Fan laughed lightly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Han Li didn't blink, merely nodding indifferently without saying anything. This made Madame Fan doubt her own thoughts. Could it be that the ruthless demon in the rumors was truly this Elder Han? All right, Assistant Director Fan, tell me your real purpose for coming here tonight. I'll listen. Han Li asked calmly, without any emotion in his voice. Since Elder Han said so, I will be straightforward. I want to ask Senior to help me get rid of Yun Tianxiao, that scoundrel. Based on Senior's abilities, it would be an effortless task. Madame Fan hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and speaking, a deep hatred flashing across her beautiful face. Yun Tianxiao, isn't he your supporter? Han Li showed no surprise, pausing for a moment before asking slowly. Why say such things, Senior? You must have noticed some clues from today's hall meeting. In the Miao Yin sect, I have almost become a puppet. If it weren't for my knowledge of some of the sect's secret arts and having a few loyal followers, I wouldn't be able to remain the sect master. Madame Fan said bitterly, her expression turning ugly. Since you ascended to the sect master position with the help of the demonic path, you should have expected this outcome. Complaining now is useless. Being a puppet sect master is better than losing your life. Han Li said expressionlessly, showing no intention of agreeing. But now, I can barely keep my life. A jade slip containing our sect's secret arts, along with a trusted disciple of mine, recently disappeared. It is most likely in Yun Tianxiao's hands. If he allows his trusted female disciple to cultivate these techniques and achieve success, does Senior think I will have any chance of survival? If Senior helps me get rid of this scoundrel, I am willing to offer most of the Miao Yin sect's accumulated wealth over the years. All the sect's virgin female disciples would also be at your disposal. Madame Fan spoke with deep resentment and a hint of desperation on her beautiful face. Not interested. Please leave, madam. Although the conditions she offered were very tempting, Han Li refused without a second thought. It wasn't that he doubted her words. If she wanted to deceive or ambush him, she could have pretended not to recognize him and set a trap. That would have had a higher chance of success. The main reason was that Han Li didn't want to waste time here. He had a dangerous pursuer who could catch up with him at any time. Even if she offered the entire Miao Yin sect to him, Han Li would still kick it away to save his own life. Seeing this, Madame Fan was puzzled. But after pleading a few more times and seeing no change in Han Li's attitude, her expression changed several times. Finally, after some hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, If I have a way to get you back to the inner sea in a short time, would Senior be willing to help me? After saying this, Madame Fan looked at Han Li with some tension. This was her final offer. Han Li was stunned for a moment, then immediately responded. If you can indeed get me back to the inner sea within 10 days, then it is negotiable. But the illusory dream stones needed for the teleportation array are missing, aren't they? Were you lying to me earlier today? His expression darkened as he asked coldly. Of course not. To Yun Tianxiao, the teleportation array is indeed missing many illusory dream stones. But he doesn't know that our sect had spent a large sum to buy some rare materials, including the illusory dream stones. These were originally intended for setting up teleportation arrays between our inner sea branches. When I came to the outer sea, I brought them all with me. Later, seeing Yun Tianxiao's ambitions, I kept these materials hidden. Otherwise, if he received support from the inner sea demonic path, I would have no chance of survival. The beautiful woman explained hurriedly, her heart skipping a beat. Hearing this, Han Li was naturally delighted, but he suppressed his excitement and thought for a moment before calmly saying, "Show me the illusory dream stones. Then take me to see the teleportation array. If there are enough materials and it can be completed immediately, I will help you once." Han Li's voice was steady and firm. This, Madame Fan was first overjoyed, then showed a hint of hesitation. "If this cannot be done, I won't interfere," Han Li said with an unquestionable tone. "All right, the materials are no problem. I can show you today or tomorrow. But the place where the teleportation array is being built is quite far from here. Most of the disciples guarding it are Yun Tianxiao's trusted men. It might be difficult." Madame Fan frowned, looking troubled. "Since we are going to deal with Yun Tianxiao, why worry about a few of his trusted men? We can first cut his wings before delivering a fatal blow." "But where is Yun Tianxiao now? He shouldn't be far from here, right?" Han Li asked, worried about something. 2 days later, a green streak of light flew from a distance towards an unnamed island on the west side of Twin Peaks Island. As it approached the island, the light receded, revealing a man and a woman. It was none other than Han Li and Madame Fan. Han Li found the woman's flying speed too slow, so he carried her with his light and flew them both to the island. "Is the teleportation array on this island?" Han Li asked indifferently, glancing at the island below. "Yes, there are 8 disciples from the Miao Yin sect guarding the teleportation array on the island. However, only 2 of them are under my command. The rest are from Yun Tianxiao's demonic sect, all with foundation establishment stage cultivation. I cannot command them," Madame Fan said seriously. "Understood. Call out your people. I'll handle the rest," Han Li said, a flash of murderous intent crossing his face. "All right, Senior, please wait a moment," Madame Fan agreed without hesitation. She raised her delicate hand, and a transmission talisman appeared between her fingers. With a flick, the talisman turned into a flame and flew towards the island. Han Li watched as the transmission talisman circled a hill on the island before heading towards an ordinary-looking mound. The flame disappeared upon reaching the mound, suggesting it had entered some sort of restriction. Moments later, 3 figures flew out of the mound, 2 women and 1 man. Upon seeing Madame Fan and Han Li in the air, they immediately flew towards them in streaks of light. "Greetings, Sect Master." The 2 curvaceous, enchanting female cultivators bowed deeply to Madame Fan upon arrival. They then curiously glanced at Han Li, but their expressions turned serious upon realizing his undisguised core formation stage cultivation. As for the old man in blue who followed them, he merely cupped his fists towards Madame Fan, but looked at Han Li with a mixture of curiosity and doubt, as if he wanted to ask something. However, Han Li, having already identified his enemies, didn't give the old man a chance to speak. A trace of killing intent appeared on his face, and without a word, he flicked his finger, sending out a green sword light that shot towards the old man like lightning. The old man turned pale with fear, but the sword light was too fast. Before he could react, A thumb-sized blood hole appeared on his forehead, and his body fell straight down. This scene shocked the two women, but seeing Madame Fan's indifferent expression, they quickly understood and remained silent. "Are the others below?" Madame Fan asked the two women coldly. "Yes, all 5 are at the formation site. We'll take you and Senior there," one of the fair-skinned female cultivators promptly replied. "Lead the way for Senior Lee." "None of them can be spared," Madame Fan said, her beautiful face showing a cold expression. The two women, realizing that Madame Fan had brought a helper to deal with Yun Tianxiao's people, no longer hesitated and led Han Li and Madame Fan towards the mound. "Open," one of the women, holding a red glowing token, shouted at the mound. Immediately, a red mist shot out from the token, striking the mound. Red ripples spread out, and a 4 or 5 zhang tall yellow stone door appeared on the mound's surface. "Here it is, but those 5 have mid-foundation establishment stage cultivation. Senior should be cautious," the fair-skinned woman warned with a charming smile. "I know," Han Li replied expressionlessly. He raised his hand, and a green beam of light shot out. With a loud bang, the stone door shattered. Han Li, unfazed, flew directly inside. The two female cultivators exchanged worried glances, but followed closely after receiving a confident gesture from Madame Fan. Inside the stone door was a 3 or 4 zhang wide green stone corridor. Han Li squinted his eyes as 2 figures hurriedly flew towards him from the opposite side, likely having heard the loud bang. Without a word, Han Li opened his mouth, and 2 small, sparkling green swords shot out, heading straight for the 2 figures. Startled, the 2 quickly tried to block with a red handkerchief and a yellow shield. However, the green light pierced through with a swoosh, causing both magical items to lose their aura and fall to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the green light flashed again, and the 2 figures fell back, screaming in agony. Han Li strode over the corpses without pausing, the 2 small swords hovering around him. The following Madame Fan and her disciples were pleased to see this, though they paused briefly to handle the corpses. When the 3 women entered a hall about 100 zhang wide, Han Li was already standing in the center with his hands behind his back. At his feet was a small teleportation array, which he was examining intently, his face expressionless. Around him lay 3 bodies, each severed into multiple pieces. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Seeing this, Madame Fan's face lit up with a smile. She instructed the other 2 women to clean up the corpses while she walked over to Han Li, her fragrance filling the air. Senior's abilities are truly extraordinary. Dealing with foundation establishment cultivators is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, she praised with a sweet smile. Indeed, foundation establishment cultivators are nothing to me now. Is this the teleportation array you mentioned? Han Li said, diverting the conversation to the array. Yes, as Senior can see, the array is nearly complete, needing only the placement of the illusion dream stones. The other day I showed you those stones. I was not lying, Madame Fan said, her eyes sparkling. If what you say is true, I will handle Yun Tianxiao as promised. But this array leads to Huangaming Island in the inner sea. As far as I know, that's an ordinary mid-sized island. Why would the demonic path set up the array there? Hanli asked, frowning. Yun Tianxiao mentioned that there's an ancient, abandoned teleportation array on Huangaming Island. The demonic path modified it for their use. However, it only receives one-way transmissions and can't send anyone out. That's why it's seldom used. But since it's the only array capable of such a long-distance transmission from the outer sea, Yun Tianxiao chose it. Senior shouldn't encounter any trouble there, Madame Fan explained solemnly, aware of Han Li's emphasis on teleportation. Hearing this, Han Li nodded and said no more. As long as there weren't any nascent soul stage cultivators guarding it, he had no fear of entering a dangerous situation. Even if there was some risk, it was better than flying all the way back from the outer sea. Han Li believed that Madame Fan had no reason to deceive him in this matter. After carefully examining the teleportation array, Han Li turned to Madame Fan and coldly said, "Have your formation master complete this array immediately. After I deal with Yun Tianxiao, I want to use the array at once. Let's return and wait for Elder Yun. According to you, he should arrive at Twin Peaks Island within 5 or 6 days to oversee the market affairs." With that, Han Li strode out with a stern expression. As the days passed, Han Li grew increasingly anxious. He knew that the longer he stayed in one place, the higher the chance of being found by the demon cultivator Feng Zai. To his frustration, the wind spirit force that Feng Zai claimed would dissipate over time had not yet shown any signs of weakening. He didn't know if a period meant years or if it was just an empty promise. Han Li had even tried having his golden devouring beetles gnaw at the wind spirit force from within, but it didn't work. The beetles had to first break through the golden threads of the exorcism god Thunder, which caused the wind spirit force to react immediately, forcing him to quickly repair the breach. Thus, unless eliminating Yun Tianxiao was effortless, he wouldn't have stayed here for so many days. Despite this, Han Li still felt uneasy, with a persistent sense of foreboding. After returning to Xuanfeng Island, Lady Fan immediately, with Han Li's assistance, swept away those cultivators loyal to Yun Tianxiao, and then began to patiently wait for the arrival of the other party in the market. 5 days later, Han Li was meditating in the hall of the market, while Lady Fan sat opposite him, her expression changing constantly. At that moment, a flash of fire darted into the room from outside the door. Lady Fan's eyes lit up, and with a gentle gesture, she caught the fire in her hand. A few panicked female voices came from the fire. "Master, something's wrong. Apart from Elder Yun, Master Mayo has also returned with him. They have entered the market now. Master, you should prepare early." "What? Master Mayo has come too," Lady Fan exclaimed in shock, crushing the message talisman in her hand, her face turning extremely ugly. The Myro from Beyond Sect. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but then he calmed down. It's not that old Taoist. Who else could it be? Even if we stop now, it's already too late. Yun Tianxiao's people have been completely wiped out. If he stays in the market for a while, he will surely notice something is wrong, Lady Fan said with a grim face. Seeing Han Li's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Seeing Lady Fan staring at him in silence, Han Li couldn't help but roll his eyes and said without kindness, "What's the meaning of Madam looking at me like this? Do you still expect me to confront a unwind stage cultivator head-on?" However, he was not really panicking. Since the person who came was not someone like Barbarian Beard or Wan Tianming, although he was not their match, he could still leave without much trouble. Especially with the addition of the Thunder Wind Wings magical treasure, he was even more confident in escaping unscathed from a unwind stage cultivator. If possible, he naturally still wanted to stick to the plan and return to the inner starry sea through the teleportation array. Therefore, although Han Li said so, he was already thinking quickly in his mind. But when Lady Fan heard Han Li's words, her face turned pale, and she stood still in place, her mind in chaos. But after a moment, a hint of coldness flashed in Han Li's eyes, and he asked in a deep voice, licking his lips, "I wonder what the relationship is between that Myro and Yun Tianxiao. If I suddenly make a move to kill Yun Tianxiao, will he definitely intervene to avenge him?" Hearing Han Li's words, Lady Fan was stunned, but soon she understood what he meant and replied with surprise. What relationship could there be? That old Taoist is just someone Yun Tianxiao used the female cultivators of our Miao Yin sect to send him as a furnace. It's just some relationship he forcibly established. Although he is closer to Yun Tianxiao, if he promises something afterwards and offers better conditions, he shouldn't care about our Miao Yin sect. However, this can only happen if Yun Tianxiao doesn't ask him for help. Otherwise, the old Taoist might not be able to ignore it and may actually intervene in our sect's affairs. That's fine. When you lure Yun Tianxiao alone into the next room, I will make a move to kill him in an instant. He won't have time to ask Myro for help. As long as you establish the fact that you are in charge, the old Taoist won't say anything more. Then you can try to win over Myro with better conditions, Han Li calmly analyzed for Lady Fan. All right, since it's come to this, we have no choice but to give it our all. Senior, you must give your full strength and remove Yun Tianxiao as quickly as possible. Senior should wait in the farthest room from here and leave the task of luring him to me, Lady Fan, not an ordinary woman either, agreed reluctantly. Seeing this, Han Li didn't delay any longer and immediately walked quickly to the side door of the hall. There was a corridor that led to the numerous rooms behind the hall. When he reached the door, Han Li seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped, his face turning dark as he turned back. Lady Fan, you wouldn't suddenly have the idea to expose Han Mu's identity after I kill Yun Tianxiao, and then try to please Myro, would you? Regardless of whether Madam has this idea, I'll give Madam a reminder anyway. With Hanmu's current abilities, even if he's not yet a match for Mayo, it's still easy for him to escape from his hands. When the time comes, whatever I do, I'm sure Madam has an idea in her heart. These words are a warning from me, so that Madam doesn't act impulsively and do something that is not good for both of us, Han Li said with an icy tone towards the end. Lady Fan, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but be stunned. After her expression changed several times, she forced a bitter smile on her face. Senior is joking. How could I do something as ungrateful as turning on my benefactor? Besides, Senior Han is not an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. How could I not know? Please rest assured, as long as Yun Tianxiao is removed, this junior will definitely not break her promise. With a solemn expression, Lady Fan said, then made an oath to the heavens. After hearing this, Han Li looked deeply at her a few times before turning around and entering the last room through the side door, sitting down next to a sandalwood chair. Then he closed his eyes and restrained his aura completely, in case he was discovered by the imminent arrival of Mayo and the others. He was confident that with his cultivation in the late foundation establishment stage, he should be able to conceal himself from the spiritual sense of an early unwind stage cultivator. But this was still just his speculation. Whether he could really deceive Mairo's senses, he was also somewhat uncertain. All he could do was try his best. Lady Fan in the hall next door was also restless and anxious. Although she seemed confident in Han Li's abilities, she was also uncertain whether he could instantly kill Yun Tianxiao with his methods. Although Han Li had shown his hand at the last exchange meeting, she was very clear that much of it was due to the element of surprise. But this woman was also deep in scheming, forcibly suppressing her inner doubts with her cultivation method, and then sitting on the main seat, pouring herself a cup of hot tea and slowly savoring it. With this action, she quickly restored her calm demeanor. At that moment, footsteps came from outside the door. After a while, a Confucian scholar and a middle-aged Taoist wearing a white crane pattern robe walked in one after another. Master Mayo, Elder Yun. Lady Fan pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, quickly placing the teacup that had been placed on her lips back down, and hurriedly got up to salute Master Mayo first. Mayo just nodded calmly, without saying anything, portraying the appearance of a transcendent being. However, as soon as Yunshin Zio entered the hall, he glanced around, and his brows furrowed slightly, a hint of suspicion appearing on his face. Why isn't Yun Qin outside serving the master? Could she dare to be lazy and disobedient? I must teach her a lesson, Yunshin Zio said with a slight nod, seeming annoyed after a slight bow. Yun Qin, she. Lady Fan hesitated slightly, glanced at Mairo, and hesitated to speak. Master, Mairo is also not an outsider. Just say whatever it is, Yunshin Zio, initially surprised, then pretended to be displeased, said. In that case, I'll just say it. Yun Qin is currently receiving a casual cultivator who has a batch of illusion dream stones to sell to our sect. Yun Chin insisted on negotiating with him personally, so I had to let her. Lady Fan replied with a displeased expression. What illusion dream stones? Yunshin Zio, about to say something to Myro, couldn't help but tremble at the words, his face showing a hint of joy. Upon hearing this, Myro's eyes flashed with excitement, then narrowed slightly. HMPH, Yun's good disciple actually insists on having a private conversation with others. Even I, as the master, am not allowed to observe, Lady Fan said with a face full of suppressed anger, her expression very unpleasant. Yun Chin is indeed a bit excessive, but I believe she didn't do it on purpose. Master, where are they now? I'm a bit worried. Yunshin Zio coughed a few times, then turned his face immediately and said respectfully to Myro. Myro Sr., please wait for a moment. I'll deal with this small matter first, and then we can continue our discussion on what we talked about on the way. Since Yunshin friend has urgent matters, go ahead and handle them. I'll just meditate here for a while, Myro said with a faint smile, indifferent. Yunshin Zio was overjoyed at these words. Then his gaze fell on Lady Fan. Elder Yun, come with me. I'll show you the way, Lady Fan said reluctantly, slowly walking towards the side door as if unwilling. Yunshin Zio, already confused by the news of the illusion dream stones, saw Lady Fan's actions and completely dispelled the last bit of suspicion in his heart. He hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, Myro casually glanced at the backs of the two, then found a chair and sat down with great dignity. On the other side, Yunshin Zio had already followed Lady Fan eagerly into the last stone room of the corridor, the door tightly closed. Here we are, you two talk well. After all, I, as the master, can't do anything. Lady Fan snorted, pointed at the door, then turned back as if she was full of dissatisfaction. Seeing this, a cold smile flashed across Yunshin Zio's face. Then, without care, he pushed open the door and walked straight in. As soon as he entered the room, Yunshin Zio saw a man sitting low in the middle of the room, his hands shining brightly, as if playing with something. He glanced around in surprise, but didn't see the woman named Yun Chin. He couldn't help but be startled, and a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. Who are you, and where is Yun Chin? He stared at the man and said slowly, the magic weapon in his body already starting to stir. He, Brother Yun, it's only been a short time, and you've forgotten about me. The man chuckled lightly and looked up at him. It's you. Yunshin Zio's face changed suddenly when he saw the man's face clearly, and without thinking much, his figure suddenly moved, ready to turn into a streak of light and leave. Too late. With a faint voice from the man, a colorful glow suddenly flew up from his hand. After a flash of light, several five-colored copper rings appeared on Yunshin Zio's body, and these copper rings tightened simultaneously with a low hum. Yunshin, Zio exclaimed and fell to the ground. He was shocked and hurriedly tried to release his magic weapon, but the magic weapon in his body remained motionless, as if it were imprisoned. Myro Sr., help! Yunshin Zio shouted in panic, unable to care about anything else, immediately calling out in fear. Before he could say more, a sword aura shot out from the man's mouth, swirling around before severing his head. Then, without hesitation, the man reached out and the storage bag on the corpse flew into his hand, followed by the 5 elements rings and the blue light returning to him. This series of actions was completed in an instant. But almost as soon as Han Li received the storage bag, a boom explosion came from one side. The wall of the stone room suddenly shattered, and amidst the flying dust, Mayo appeared, his Taoist robe fluttering. The old Taoist looked at the decapitated corpse on the ground with a gloomy face, then glanced at Han Li, his eyes flashing with killing intent, and said lightly, "Seeking death." Then he flicked his finger, and a blazing white light shot out, instantly attacking Han Li. Han Li's eyes narrowed, feeling a chill in his heart. The 5 elements ring in his hand suddenly expanded and turned into a colorful giant ring, protecting him inside. At the same time, his palm flipped again, and the red and yellow jade ruyi appeared in his hand. This was the first time Han Li had faced an attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator head-on, after his cultivation advanced significantly. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very nervous and uncertain in his heart. With a muffled sound, the white light and the 5-colored glow collided. Han Li felt as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and his body flew backward, crashing heavily into the stone wall behind him, causing everything to spin. As Han Li was dizzy from the fall, there was a surprised sound from the other side. A white light suddenly rose again in front of him, and Han Li took a deep breath, swinging the jade ruyi fiercely. Within the 5-colored light ring, a red and yellow light shield suddenly appeared. With another violent collision, this time it was much better than the last. Han Li staggered back a few steps, but managed to stabilize himself. Han Li calmed down and at the same time moved his mind. A pair of silver-white wings spread out behind him. With a thunderous roar, he disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared in another corner of the room, just avoiding the next round of attacks from the white light. At this moment, Han Li finally saw the true face of the white light, which turned out to be a sparkling white jade hammer. The oval hammer was covered with runes and was only the size of a palm, exuding astonishing spiritual energy. After the man's attack failed, his expression changed slightly. He beckoned, and the small hammer swooshed back into his wide sleeve. I didn't expect a foundation establishment cultivator to have so many ancient treasures. What's your name? The man's eyes flashed with surprise as he asked. Han Li pursed his lips and was about to speak when the door was pushed open, and Lady Fan walked in with some excitement. Elder Myro, this Master Li is a helper I specially invited to deal with the traitor Yunshin Zio. Please rest assured, whatever conditions this thief promised, I am willing to double the compensation. Lady Fan bowed respectfully to Myro, speaking extremely respectfully. Upon hearing this, Mayo's brow furrowed slightly, and after a glance at the dead body on the ground, his expression became uncertain. Han Li remained silent, just standing still. But Lady Fan, witnessing Mayo's expression, became nervous. Very well. Since it's an internal matter of the Mayoyan sect, this old Taoist won't interfere much. Lady Fan, don't forget what you just said, Mayo finally said with a relaxed tone. Please rest assured, Elder, how could I break my promise? Lady Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled charmingly and assured. The old Taoist nodded, but then glanced at Han Li with a hint of suspicion. Friend Li, where did you cultivate before? Your face looks very unfamiliar. After a pause, he suddenly asked. Han Li's heart sank, and after a brief thought, he was about to dispel the man's suspicion. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his face suddenly flashed with blue light, and his expression changed drastically. The wind spirit Qi, wrapped around his body, suddenly erupted violently at this moment. Seeing its fierce and violent appearance, it was clear that the wind spirit beast was nearby. In shock and anger, Han Li didn't have time to think much. He quickly urged all the spiritual power in his body to suppress the backlash of the wind spirit Qi. But even so, he was drenched in cold sweat. After surviving this crisis, Han Li just breathed a sigh of relief when he felt Mayo's surprised gaze, mixed with a strange look of extreme joy. Han Li was startled at first, then suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly touched his own face, realizing that the transformation technique had failed, and he had reverted to his original appearance. Han Li. Myro's face flashed with a fierce look as he called out Han Li's name. Han Li's face turned pale, feeling bitter in his heart. Without thinking much, he spread his wings of wind and thunder behind him, and amidst the thunderous roar, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. At the same time, the old Taoist's sleeves fluttered, and he also turned into a white light and disappeared. In the room, only Lady Fan remained, staring blankly, her face full of complex emotions. In the sky above Twin Peaks Island, a silver light flickered, and Han Li's figure suddenly appeared there. But in the next moment, a white light also soared from the island, rushing towards Han Li at an astonishing speed. Han Li's face sank, and he forcefully infused the exorcism god Thunder into the wind and thunder wings. Amidst the thunderous roar, he disappeared in an instant, reappearing 100 zhang away, then disappearing and reappearing again. In the blink of an eye, Han Li's figure turned into a small black dot in the distance. Seeing this, Myro, in the white light, was somewhat horrified. Almost without hesitation, he concluded that the wings behind Han Li must have come from the void heaven cauldron, igniting his desire even more. With a low shout, he transformed into a dazzling rainbow. A swift breaking sound came from above, and the rainbow also turned into a light spot, chasing after Han Li. In the blink of an eye, both spots disappeared without a trace. using the exorcism god thunder to stimulate the wind and thunder wings. Han Li's speed was astonishing, leaving Myro far behind. At this speed, Han Li would completely shake off the old Taoist in no time. However, at this moment, the wind spirit qi within his body began to erupt frequently. Almost every time he stopped to suppress the backlash of the wind spirit qi, he had to stop for a moment. This delay gave Myro an opportunity. He locked onto Han Li with his divine sense and chased after him relentlessly. But what Han Li was most worried about was not Myro, but the increasingly fierce wind spirit qi. Clearly, the wind spirit beast, Wind High, was gradually approaching him. This made Han Li extremely anxious. With no other choice, Han Li flew straight towards the small island where the transmission array was being built. He hoped that the transmission array on this island had indeed been completed under Lady Fan's orders in a short time. As long as he could escape to the island before Myro and Wind High caught up with him, he would have a chance to escape their pursuit. Although the wind and thunder wings were incredibly fast, they also consumed a considerable amount of exorcism god thunder. Therefore, after Han Li once again shook off Myro, he retracted his wings and replaced them with the blood-colored cloak. Then, shrouded in a bloody light, he flew towards the small island. As Han Li raced through the streak of light, he used his mana to suppress the anomaly within his body, causing his body to tremble slightly. The outbreak of the wind spirit's power made him increasingly difficult to control. This filled Han Li with a sense of fear. At this moment, he realized that when the demon cultivator Wind HSI chased him down, it wasn't because his cultivation of magic tools was greatly damaged, but because he had to suppress the backlash of the green liquid, which greatly reduced the power of the wind spirit within him. Otherwise, whether he could have shaken off this demon back then was truly questionable. But when he looked at the small island faintly visible in the distance, Han Li felt relieved. Originally, the 2-day journey took only half a day under his full-speed flight. As long as the teleportation array was completed in time, he could return to the inland sea unscathed. Although he still had to be wary of some old monsters in the core formation staged there, it was still better than being relentlessly pursued by the insanely fast wind rift beast here. Just as Han Li was contemplating, he heard the voice transmission of Taoist Myro behind him. Han Taoist friend, I have no ill intentions. I just want to exchange a sky-replenishing pill at a high price. Why refuse someone thousands of miles away? Taoist Myro's voice came leisurely, peaceful, and serene, without a hint of anger, and even vaguely containing a kind and sincere taste, which made people involuntarily feel good. But Han Li didn't feel any goodwill towards him. On the contrary, he cursed inwardly. Because of using the blood-red cloak, his speed had greatly decreased. At this moment, Han Li turned his head and could see the rainbow swift transformed by Myro, falling far behind. He didn't know what sinister technique the old Taoist had cultivated, but after catching up to him, He kept harassing him with this tempting and charming voice. Han Li was caught off guard at first and almost fell for it. Fortunately, the great development technique in his body protected him, allowing his mind to clear up in time and avoiding the fate of falling into a trap. However, Han Li still broke out in a cold sweat. Although it was also a mesmerizing technique, when a core formation stage cultivator displayed it, its power was far beyond that of Lady Fan and Lady Yuan. As for the words of the old Taoist about only exchanging for the sky-replenishing pill and having no ill intentions, Han Li would only believe it if he were brain-dead. Seeing the small island approaching, Han Li dared not delay. With a flash of red light on the blood-red cloak, he was about to fly to the island. But at this moment, there was a sudden flash of light in the sky on the opposite side. Then, a sharp piercing sound that pierced through the blue sky came, and a vague black dot suddenly appeared there, instantly enlarging several times, and at an incredibly terrifying speed, it flew towards them. Upon seeing this, Han Li was greatly alarmed. Even though he hadn't seen the other party's face clearly, with such terrifying speed and the exceptionally violent roar, who else could it be if not the 9th-grade Wind Rift beast? Feeling bitter in his heart, Han Li didn't have time to think much. With a flash of silver light behind him, his wings appeared with a swish. Since the monster had appeared, he had to seize the opportunity to reach the small island first to have a chance of survival. Otherwise, even if he turned around and fled now, with the terrifying speed of the Wind Rift beast, he might not be able to shake it off even if he exhausted all his devil-bane thunder. Thinking of this, Han Li disappeared amidst the thunderous sound. His whole body turned into a silver arc, flickering and disappearing in the air, flying towards the small island. Behind him, Taoist Myro also heard the sharp sound, and his face suddenly changed. Although the old Taoist didn't know who was coming, he vaguely felt that the other party was a formidable character. Seeing the black dot rushing towards Han Li without hesitation, he naturally thought that this person was also coming for the Void Heaven Cauldron, which made him extremely anxious. In his haste, Taoist Myro he spat out a burst of true essence without hesitation. As soon as this blood clot came out, it turned into a large patch of blood mist in the wind, enveloping the Taoist within it. The white crane pattern on his Taoist robe emitted a brilliant white light, sucking all the nearby blood mist into it, turning the white crane pattern instantly crimson. Without hesitation, Taoist Myro swiftly spun around, and a crane cry echoed from his robe. A blood crane, several zhangs in size, flew out from the Taoist's body in the dazzling white light. This blood crane was extremely majestic, with a blood-red body and emerald-green eyes. Seeing this, Taoist Myro's face turned gloomy, and he quickly mounted the white crane. Then, with a forceful pat on its head, the green light flashed in the white crane's eyes. After spreading its wings, it swiftly carried the Taoist several dozen zhang away. Although not as fast as Han Li's instant teleportation-like thunderbolt flight, It was much faster than before. As a result, a bizarre scene unfolded in the airspace above the nearby sea. Han Li moved swiftly ahead with his wind and thunder wings, while the black shadow from the opposite side emitted piercing screeches as it flew towards him. Meanwhile, Taoist Mayo followed closely behind, riding the blood crane. However, in just a blink of an eye, Han Li had already arrived above the island. At this moment, the black shadow from the opposite side was rapidly closing in, leaving only 1,000 or so zhang between them. Han Li could clearly see the figure and couldn't help but shiver in his heart. It turned out to be a strange monster, with the upper body of a bird and the lower body of a fish tail. It had wings several zhang wide, 2 pairs of extremely sharp claws, and scales on its abdomen resembling fish scales, shimmering with a blue light. Wind HSI, revealing its true form, was chasing after him. Although it was inconvenient for high-level demon cultivators to fight in their demon forms against humans, they could fully unleash the innate characteristics of demons. With Wind HC's innate speed, revealing its true form naturally made it terrifyingly fast, like a gust of wind and a bolt of lightning. Han Li couldn't help but gasp in cold air, and without any delay, flashed with silver light, appearing on the soil mound on the island's surface. Then, with a flash of light, he disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, the screeching from the monster's mouth abruptly stopped. After flapping its wings fiercely a few times, it covered the distance of over 1,000 zhang in an instant and arrived above the island. Then, a flash of blue light later, the monster transformed into a human form. Coincidentally, Taoist Mayo, who had followed Han Li from behind, also arrived at the scene riding the white crane. Upon seeing Wind HSI transform, he was initially shocked. However, as he saw Wind HC's almost human-like appearance, the hair on his body stood on end. A 9th-grade demon beast, and it's a bird-type demon beast known for its speed. Almost immediately, Mayo made a chilling judgment. When humans and high-level demon beasts collide, although it's not necessarily a fight to the death, if the strength is vastly different, a bloody battle is unavoidable. After all, whether it's the demon core of a high-level demon beast or the golden cores and nascent souls of humans, they are extremely coveted by the other party. And being a 9th-grade demon beast, it was half a step stronger than a human cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul realm. Now that he encountered it, how could the old Taoist not feel bitter? Under normal circumstances, Mayo would naturally turn around and flee without saying a word. But with the void heaven cauldron right in front of him, how could he give it up? As a result, after Mayo's face turned pale, he waved his hands, and a blue ancient mirror appeared in one hand, while a green jade hammer appeared in the other. With these 2 ancient treasures in hand, the old Taoist also bolstered his courage, staring at the other party with a cold face without saying a word. Wind HSI also saw Taoist Mayo, but at this moment, his mind was solely focused on Han Li. How could he have time to pay attention to the old Taoist's hostile actions? When he saw the wings behind Han Li from a distance and realized that he could control this magic treasure, it not only surprised him greatly, but also filled him with resentment. In this way, even if he could kill Han Li, the wind and thunder wings, which had been recognized and refined by someone else, could only unleash 70% of its power at most. How could he not hate Han Li to the bone? Therefore, when faced with Taoist Mayo, all he did was coldly shout, "Get lost," before turning into a streak of blue light and diving down onto the soil mound. In an instant, he disappeared from sight. This caught Taoist Mayo somewhat off guard. But after gritting his teeth, he also rode the white crane and flew down. The void heaven cauldron, the #1 treasure in the chaotic star sea, was something that he would risk his life for. At this moment, Han Li had already smashed through the stone door and flew into the passage. After a few thunderbolts, he appeared on the square with the teleportation array. There were several male and female cultivators from the myriad sound sect chatting with each other. As soon as Han Li suddenly appeared, the expressions on their faces were filled with astonishment. Is the teleportation array completed? With a flash of silver light, Han Li appeared next to the teleportation array and shouted loudly at the male and female cultivators. "Ah, it's Senior Li. The teleportation array has been built, but it hasn't been tested yet. We were just..." One of the enchanting female cultivators immediately recognized the new backer of their sect's master and hurriedly replied respectfully, wanting to explain the details to Han Li. But Han Li didn't care about anything else when he heard that the array was completed. Without hesitation, his figure flickered, and he rushed into the teleportation array. Almost at the same time, the roof of the hall suddenly burst open, and the demon cultivator wind HSI descended from the sky in a burst of blue light. Han Li's face turned pale when he saw this. Wind HSI also saw Han Li in the teleportation array, and his expression changed drastically. Although he was suspicious of Han Li's decision to seek refuge on the small island, he never imagined that there would be a teleportation array here. Seeing Han Li casting a spell mixed with a mouthful of blood, activating the teleportation array at the cost of a large amount of true yuan, a buzzing sound rose. No. He roared in shock and anger. Without hesitation, he spat out a green misty light directly towards the corner of the teleportation array. As long as he destroyed the teleportation array, Han Li would naturally be in his grasp. At the same time as he launched the attack, the demon cultivator's figure flashed, and with a fierce look on his face, he rushed towards the teleportation array like a whirlwind. Attempting to interrupt Han Li's teleportation. But his actions were obviously too late. Apart from firing more than 10 sword chi to delay its approach, Han Li showed no intention of avoiding the fierce attack of the wind-splitting beast. Because the array had emitted a milky white light, enveloping Han Li's figure in an instant. When wind HSI flew to the front of the array like a raging wind, Han Li had already blurred in the light and disappeared without a trace. The hall was left with the raging wind-splitting beast. He had no idea where the array led, and without a teleportation token, he naturally didn't dare to rush into the array to pursue. At this time, Taoist Mayo flew in on his white crane from the shattered roof, only to see the dimming white light of the array, with a look of astonishment and regret on his face. But at this moment, Wind Chesai suddenly turned his head, his eyes glaring red, and a cold, killing intent flashed across his face as he stared at the Taoist. All humans here must die. The wind-splitting beast, enraged by the fact that Han Li had escaped from his hands, immediately vented all his rage on the Taoist when he saw Myro charging in. Then, the demon cultivator's body emitted a brilliant green light, transforming into a green rainbow in an instant, and fiercely pounced towards Myro. Seeing this scene, Myro's face changed, and without much thought, he simultaneously summoned the ancient mirror and jade hammer in his hands. Various colored lights intertwined in the air. More than a month later, rumors spread among the nearby human cultivators. Myro, a nascent soul stage cultivator, was actually beaten to the point of bodily collapse by a 9th-grade demon beast, and he had to exhaust all his tricks to let his nascent soul escape back to his cave. For a while, humans were once again frightened by the ferocity of the demon beasts. What they never expected was that this was just the beginning. Just a few months later, the Jiao Dragon clan in the Abyss suddenly dispatched a large number of high-level members, flying out of the deep sea and launching attacks on cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage. Although it only lasted for a short period of time, the casualties among high-level cultivators caused by this attack even surpassed those in the battle against the beast tide. 2 other nascent soul stage old monsters were also besieged by several 8th or 9th-grade Jiao dragons, and they also ended up seriously injured. As a result, the cultivators in the nearby sea area were all terrified and dared not easily leave their homes. This situation lasted for more than a decade before gradually returning to normal. However, what puzzled some of the survivors who had escaped from the demon beasts was that every time these demon beasts attacked, they would ask if there was a cultivator surnamed Li among them. If they couldn't answer, they would attack without hesitation. As a result, these cultivators speculated that this large-scale attack by the Jiao dragons was caused by this cultivator surnamed Li. How did this person provoke the Jiao dragon clan? The consequences of this spread were naturally cursing this person for causing trouble. Perhaps if they could find this Li cultivator, they might be able to capture him and offer him to the Jiao dragon clan as an apology. However, what puzzled them was that, although there were some severely injured high-level cultivators, there was not a single person surnamed Li among them. Even if they wanted to investigate and punish him, they couldn't find this culprit. In the future, Han Li, who was cursed by thousands of people, appeared in a burst of white light, holding the great teleportation token in a strange place. With Han Li's cautious personality, He had already prepared for the possibility of being attacked before the news spread, and once again transformed his appearance into that of a stranger. But before he could recover from the dizziness of the teleportation, a lazy voice came from the side. "Sir, it seems you're in a hurry too. We're the first ones here. The others haven't arrived yet." Upon hearing this voice, Han Li's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly responded with an hem and looked over. Not far from the teleportation array under his feet, there was a black-robed figure sitting on a piece of bluestone. Seeing Han Li looking over, the person raised his head and grinned, revealing a set of sparkling white teeth. But when Han Li saw the person's appearance clearly, he was shocked. This person looked terrifying, with a dry and thin face like a living skeleton. Moreover, after smiling at Han Li, his eyes flashed with a faint blue light. But amidst his astonishment, Han Li didn't dare to underestimate this person. Because with just one glance, Han Li saw that this person was a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. This was already a rare high-level cultivator in the chaotic star sea. At this moment, the skeleton head seemed to also notice Han Li's late-nascent soul cultivation level. After a brief moment of surprise, his tone became much more polite. "Sir, please rest for a moment on the side. The others should be arriving soon. This operation, we should all be able to gain a lot." The skeleton head chuckled, seemingly with some intention. Han Li listened with surprise, but in the face of uncertainty, he kept his composure and nodded without changing his expression. At this time, Han Li also saw the surroundings clearly and felt a slight relief. This place was like a cave, with a length, width, and height of more than 20 meters each. In addition to the ancient teleportation array under his feet, there were 2 other teleportation arrays nearby. Everything here was exactly the same as described by Madame Fan about the teleportation array on Huangaming Island. He didn't encounter any accidents during the teleportation, and he really returned to the inner sea. As the skeleton head and he conversed, another teleportation array flashed with yellow light, and a faintly large figure appeared. The black-robed person's eyes lit up immediately, and he stood up and walked over. Taking this opportunity, Han Li secretly released a strand of green sword from his feet, creating an imperceptible crack in the teleportation array below. Having disabled the ancient teleportation array beneath his feet, Han Li no longer feared pursuit from Miro He or the wind-splitting beast. In case someone did come after him with a teleportation talisman, Han Li's discreet actions went unnoticed by the black-clothed man and the ferocious-looking giant who had just arrived. The 2 of them seemed to recognize each other and engaged in friendly banter. Observing this, Han Li calmly stepped out of the teleportation array and walked towards the exit of the cave. However, after only a few steps, he heard a puzzled voice from Scully, "Brother, not everyone has arrived yet. The notice I received was for a group of 5. The messenger and another person still haven't arrived. We should wait inside the cave for the time being. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to explain later." Is this your first time joining such an operation, brother? Your face seems unfamiliar to me. Hanley furrowed his brows slightly and grumbled in a deliberately dissatisfied tone. Why is it so troublesome? When I arrived, no one mentioned these rules. Surely it's because brother's cultivation level is too high. Those who gave you the teleportation instructions naturally didn't dare to say much. Just bear with it, brother. Once the mission is completed, you'll be free again, Scully chuckled, his intentions unclear. Hearing this, Han Li had already figured out most of the situation. He nodded slightly to Scully, said nothing more, and continued walking towards the cave exit. However, after taking a few steps, Scully suddenly sounded surprised and reminded them that not everyone had arrived yet. Hanley muttered with a hint of discontent, "Why is it so troublesome? When I arrived, no one mentioned these rules." Scully chuckled, "It must be because brother's cultivation level is too high. Those who gave you the teleportation instructions naturally didn't dare to say much. Just bear with it, brother. Once the mission is completed, you'll be free again." After hearing this, Han Li's mind was already working out the situation. Then, with a slight turn of his eyes, he intended to guide them into further conversation. At that moment, two more people simultaneously appeared in the teleportation array. One was an elderly man with white hair wearing a gray robe, and the other was a slender and vigorous man. Han Li paused briefly, noticing the distinctive insignia of a blue flame embroidered on the elderly man's wide sleeves. With the arrival of these 5 individuals, the group now consisted of Han Li at the late stage of the Foundation establishment, Scully at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment, the giant and the elderly man at the early stage of the Foundation establishment, and the refined man at the late stage of the Qi condensation. Among the cultivators present, the 2 skull-faced individuals, the refined man and the elderly man, seemed unfamiliar with each other, and no one inquired about Han Li's origins. The refined man, upon seeing the total of 5 people present, no longer hesitated and respectfully addressed Han Li and the others. "I am Qi Yu, here to deliver tasks and guide the 3 seniors. Here is my token. Please inspect it." After the refined man finished speaking, he took out a black token from his waist and handed it to Han Li. It was evident that he regarded the 3 as a group, with Han Li being the leader due to his higher cultivation level. Han Li, lips tightly closed, reached out to receive the token, glanced at it, and casually tossed it to Scully at his side without paying much attention. Scully also took a quick look and casually threw it back to the refined man, lazily remarking, "What's there to inspect about the token? If it weren't for the teleportation array allowing you, a Qi condensation stage cultivator, to come here, how would you have the qualification? There's no need to check our identities either. Everyone gathered here, besides us enforcers who received orders, couldn't possibly be outsiders. Just state the tasks." Scully seemed very familiar with this routine, and after saying these words in a grand manner, he showed signs of impatience. The refined man who called himself Qi Yu hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. But then he awkwardly smiled, didn't mention anything about verifying Han Li and the others' identities, and instead cleared his throat, introducing the elderly man beside him. This senior Ding is the guardian of Qingyang Gate. This mission is actually for the 3 seniors to assist Senior Ding in capturing a criminal from Qingyang Gate. The specific matters can be discussed among the seniors. I am only responsible for the introduction. After Qi Yu finished his introduction, he obediently stepped back, allowing the elderly man and Han Li to interact directly. Qingyang Gate. Could it be the Qingyang Gate of San Yang? Scully's eyes flickered with blue light, showing surprise. The evil-looking man, and Han Li beside him, also had slight changes in their expressions upon hearing this. He, it seems there's no need for me to say more. All 3 of you are aware of the reputation of our gate's founder. This time, our founder personally requested assistance from your alliance's 6 masters. Because this criminal is not only a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, but also possesses several treasures of Qingyang Gate. She has been evading pursuit for many years. Our gate only recently discovered her whereabouts by chance. Originally, if our founder took action personally, it would be easy to capture her. However, our founder has other important matters to attend to and is unable to spare the time. That's why he asked you 3 to assist. With the 4 of us Foundation establishment stage cultivators working together, we will surely be able to capture this demoness. The elderly Ding of Qingyang Gate smiled faintly, clasping his hands towards the 3 of them. However, as he spoke the last sentence, his expression turned slightly fierce. Could it be a female cultivator? Upon hearing the word demoness, the evil-looking man asked in confusion. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, vaguely recalling something. Yes, the demoness is called Yuan Yao. Originally, she was just a concubine that our gate's young master intended to take in. But unexpectedly, this demoness was ruthless, and, relying on her extraordinary beauty and charm, conspired with another woman to harm the young gate master secretly. She fled with the treasures and rare elixirs from the young gate master's possession, later forming her own golden core. Our founder has only one heir, the young gate master. Naturally, he bears deep hatred towards this woman. If the 3 of you can help Senior Ding capture this woman, our gate will surely have other rewards to offer. We won't let you help for nothing. The elder spoke with some teeth-gritting resentment when mentioning the target, but seemed unwilling to dwell on the matter, briefly introducing it before changing the subject. Scully and the evil-looking man exchanged a glance, showing indifferent expressions, while Han Li rubbed his nose, feeling speechless. Indeed, it was Yuan Yao. This mysterious and glamorous woman had such a background, which was quite unexpected for Han Li. He had been wondering why this woman had formed her golden core in such a short time, and had been acting mysteriously since their encounter. It turned out she had looted the young gate master and had been pursued by Qingyang Gate. It seemed that the young gate master must have possessed quite a few rare elixirs, all of which fell into Yuan Yao's lap. However, seeing that this woman was about to face trouble, should he intervene. This made Han Li hesitate a bit. Although he and this woman were not exactly close, they could barely be considered acquaintances. Just then, Scully next to him spoke up. "Since it's an order from above and there's no reward mentioned, we brothers will surely lend a hand. I wonder where this woman is now. Since we're gathered here, she shouldn't be too far away." Despite his intimidating appearance, Scully was quite observant. "You are right, friend. The demoness is hiding on a desolate island north of Huangaming Island. If it weren't for a chance encounter when she went out shopping, one of our disciples recognized her and followed her back to her lair. Otherwise, we would still have no news of her. This woman is exceptionally cunning, possessing powerful treasures, including our gate's secret treasure, the Qingyang Thunder. I hope you all will be cautious," the elder warned, specifically bowing to Han Li. After all, with Han Li's late-stage foundation establishment Cultivation, the elder naturally attached great importance to him. However, what this elder didn't expect was that, although Han Li nodded expressionlessly, he was actually contemplating wiping out all of them. However, when Han Li heard that Yuan Yao was nearby, he couldn't help but be moved, instantly making up his mind. He decided to meet this woman and rescue her, then take the opportunity to demand something important in return. At this moment, Qi Yu, the refined man, saw that the discussion among the group was over and respectfully asked if they were ready. He then led the way out of the cave. In another part of the island, inside a stone house, a disheveled cultivator looked at the teleportation array under his feet, feeling puzzled. When he had just entered the house, the array was flashing normally. But when he tried to teleport, the array inexplicably malfunctioned. This left him feeling frustrated, scratching his head in annoyance. After passing through a small section of the mountain and bypassing several layers of guarded restrictions, Han Li and the others appeared on the edge of a mountain cliff. After glancing at the vaguely visible village in the distance, the group flew into the sky one after another. Then, under the guidance of the elder from Qingyang Gate, they left the island and flew northward. They traveled without incident, with everyone keeping silent. After half a day, they saw a small island with a radius of only a few dozen miles. "This is it. The demoness is hiding in one of those small mountains." The elder's eyes flashed with cold light as he stopped the flying spell, speaking in a cold tone. Han Li and the others stopped in midair, looking towards the island from afar. Apart from a sparse patch of vegetation, there were only a few small stone mountains on the island. The spiritual energy was extremely thin. "Senior Ding, could we have come to the wrong place? How could a foundation establishment stage cultivator like the demoness choose such a place for cultivation?" After observing for a while, the ugly-looking man couldn't help but ask, his face showing doubt. "Don't worry, we're definitely in the right place," Elder Ding replied confidently. Then he formed a hand seal with both hands, followed by a single-handed gesture, and a dazzling yellow light shot into the sky. After a moment, a similar yellow light rose from the other side of the island. Seeing this, Elder Ding's face lit up with joy. He quickly turned to Han Li and the others and said, "Let's go. Our gate's disciples have been monitoring the demoness's movements there. It seems that she hasn't left the island." After saying this, Elder Ding did not move. However, after a while, a red light flew out from another location where the yellow light was emitted. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. After the light dissipated, a man in gray clothes appeared, around 40 years old, in the middle foundation establishment stage. There was also a blue flame mark embroidered on his sleeve, but it was smaller than the one on Elder Ding's sleeve. Disciple pays respects to Senior Ding and the seniors. The man recognized Elder Ding at a glance and hurriedly stepped forward to salute respectfully, speaking humbly. Elder Ding waved his hand indifferently and asked in a deep voice, "Is the demoness still on the island and hasn't left?" "No, since the disciple followed her back to this island, the demoness hasn't left her cave," the middle-aged man affirmed. "Good, you've done well with this matter. After this is resolved, I'll promote you to an inner disciple. Now, lead the way." Elder Ding praised him with a sentence and then said solemnly. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived above the small island. The middle-aged man pointed to one of the stone mountains and respectfully said to everyone, "The last time the demoness returned, I didn't dare to approach and observe closely due to my low cultivation level. But I saw her disappear as soon as she approached this mountain. I estimate that her cave is inside this mountain." Scully nodded slowly upon hearing this, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Indeed, the surface of the stone mountain has been subjected to some advanced restrictions. Even if we looked closely, we wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual from far away in the sky. It's no wonder this woman has been able to hide here for so many years without any trouble. Humph, this woman took away the young master's cultivation manual back then as well, so having such methods isn't surprising. Once I break this formation, I'll need a few friends' help. The old man's face flashed with anger, but he quickly regained his composure and said calmly, "Don't worry. Even if this woman has 3 heads and 6 arms, she won't escape this time." The skull-headed man chuckled, showing indifference. Upon hearing this, the old man also felt reassured. Without further hesitation, he vigorously rubbed his hands together, and a dazzling yellow light suddenly rose from his hands. "Break," the old man uttered lowly, and the yellow light in his hand turned into a shocking rainbow, flying towards the surface of the rocky hill. A rumbling sound echoed. The rocky hill in front of them seemed like a calm water surface being struck by a giant rock, and the previously motionless scene suddenly rippled with white light. The scenery then changed abruptly, revealing a lush green mountain, brimming with spiritual energy and beautiful scenery. What is this? The skull-headed man and the ugly-looking man were stunned by the sudden change in front of them, their mouths agape in astonishment. "He, this is our sect's secret formation, the spirit-detaining formation. It's one of the rare formations in the world that can conceal spiritual energy. The demoness's cultivation isn't enough to completely conceal the spiritual energy. If our sex ancestor personally arranged this formation, not even a trace of spiritual energy would leak out. The old man surnamed Ding glanced at the two of them, speaking somewhat proudly. Han Li was also extremely surprised when he saw it. After hearing the old man's explanation, he felt a slight movement in his heart. If he could get his hands on the method to set up this spirit-detaining formation, his future cave residence would be much safer. At this moment, as the illusion in front of them disappeared, a stone door emitting a greenish light appeared among the mountainside. It seemed to be the entrance to Yuan Yao's cave residence. "Let's make our move." The old man's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke. The skull-headed man nodded, and a black, strange blade spewed out from his mouth, half sword and half knife, extremely bizarre. The ugly-looking man uttered a low shout, and a chilling light axe flew out from his hand, startling Han Li, who was beside him. It was rare to see someone using such a giant weapon as a magic treasure. "Why?" The old man also spat out a white flying sword, but seeing Han Li not making any moves, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Han Li smiled faintly, about to say something to brush it off casually, when suddenly the stone door opened by itself, and a green light flew out from inside. Seeing this, the old man didn't bother saying anything else and immediately rushed forward, along with the others. After the green light circled around for a while, it suddenly converged in front of the door, revealing a stunning woman in black clothes and black dress with snow-white skin. This woman smiled coquettishly, her eyes flowing with charm, exuding all kinds of charm with every movement. It was Yuan Yao, who had not been seen for many years since parting ways with Han Li in the Void Temple. This woman hadn't changed her appearance over the years. Instead, she had become even more enchanting. However, when this woman glanced at the crowd and her gaze fell on the old man from the Qingyang sect, her charming expression suddenly changed, and a layer of frost covered her face, turning cold as ice. When the gentlemen arrive at the humble woman's residence, do you have something to instruct? Perhaps realizing that her charm had no effect on the cultivators in front of her, Yuan Yao said coldly, completely ignoring the old man. Seeing this, the old man was furious, but he was also a scheming person. Instead of showing his anger, he smiled insidiously and said, "Demoness, it's useless to pretend not to know at this point. You've harmed our sect's young master and taken away our sect's treasures. Do you think you can still escape today?" Yuan Yao didn't say anything in response. Instead, her bright eyes flickered as she carefully inspected the cultivations of the people in front of her. As a result, her heart sank when she realized that the old man and the ugly-looking man were only at the early stage of core formation, similar to her own cultivation. But the skull-headed man and the plain-looking man next to him were at the mid-stage and late stage of core formation, respectively, not something she could easily deal with. If these four joined forces, although she had some powerful treasures to protect herself and had cultivated a few secret techniques over the years, her chances of survival were still slim. At this moment, The skull-headed man and the ugly-looking man seemed to be stunned by Yuan Yao's stunning appearance, but then they exchanged a look of regret. If it weren't for the fact that this woman had offended the 3 Yang elder of the Qingyang sect, she would definitely be the best dual cultivation partner. It's really a pity. Facing danger, Yuan Yao calmed down instead. With a cold smile, she flipped her hand, and a white formation disc appeared between her jade-like hands, emitting a bright white light with a light touch. A large area of green-yellow thick fog immediately billowed out, enveloping the entire small mountain. The old man, upon seeing this, uttered a low shout, and his flying sword flew towards Yuan Yao in an attempt to strike her. But Yuan Yao just chuckled lightly. Without saying a word, her figure flashed and disappeared into the thick fog. Humph, just a mere illusion formation, dare to show off. The old man frowned upon seeing this, but then disdainfully pinched his fingers, directing his flying sword towards Yuan Yao. After a clear humming sound, the flying sword danced in the air, instantly turning into a huge light wheel with a diameter of several zhang, ruthlessly rolling towards the thick fog. Wherever it passed, the thick fog dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the fog in front of the door was completely dispelled by the old man's sword light, revealing the stone door once again. Seeing this, the ugly-looking man didn't hesitate to point his magic treasure, and the giant axe in his hand suddenly increased several times in size, fiercely chopping towards the stone door. The yellow light and green light intertwined, and the sound of explosions continued. Just as the skull-headed man next to Han Li was about to attack with his strange blade, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Not good. The demoness has escaped from the back mountain. Quick, go after her," he hurriedly said, then turned into a black light and flew straight towards the back mountain. Han Li, upon hearing this, flashed a strange color in his eyes but remained calm, standing still. The ugly-looking man seemed to be very convinced by the skull-headed man's words. Upon hearing this, he immediately stopped attacking the stone door and flew off in pursuit. The old man, upon seeing this, displayed a look of uncertainty, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Han Li with doubt, "Friend, is what you just said true or false? How come I didn't notice anything?" Among the group, Han Li had the highest cultivation level, so the old man naturally found Han Li's words the most credible. But when Han Li heard this question, his expression remained unchanged, yet a strange and elusive look flashed in his eyes. What that friend said is correct. That woman did indeed escape from the exit of the back mountain just now. However, she has already been intercepted by 2 friends and is currently engaged in battle, Han Li said calmly, glancing at the direction of the back mountain with his hands behind his back. "That's great. If we go to help now, we can definitely capture the demoness," the old man exclaimed with joy upon hearing this. "Indeed, if we go over, this woman will definitely be easily captured. However, before we go, I'd like to borrow something from you, friend." Han Li turned his face and looked at the old man several zhang away with a strange expression, saying slowly, Borrow something. What does friend want to borrow? The old man surnamed Ding couldn't help but be puzzled and asked subconsciously. Just lend me a head. Hanley rubbed his nose and smirked. Before the old man could react, he spewed out a dazzling green light, which instantly surrounded the old man's head and caused the perfectly good head to roll down by itself. Then Hanley waved his hand, and a green light shot out, wrapping around the head and pulling it back into his hand, without a drop of blood staining it. He then squinted at the head, wrapped in green light. Because he had acted too quickly, the head still had a bewildered and puzzled expression on it. Don't blame me. Since you saw me at the teleportation array, it can only be considered your bad luck, Han Li sighed lightly, muttering to himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Yu and the disciple from the Qingyang sect who was leading the way were frightened out of their wits. They hastily controlled their flying artifacts in an attempt to escape, but were effortlessly struck down by two sword lights flung out by Han Li, falling to the ground dead. After collecting the old man's storage pouch, Han Li raised his head abruptly, glanced in the direction of the back mountain, and revealed a hint of strangeness on his face. Tusk, I didn't expect that Yuan Yao girl's cultivation to have increased so much, Han Li exclaimed in amazement. Then, with one hand holding the head, he turned into a streak of blue light and flew away. In the sky behind the green mountain, the skull-headed man and the ugly-looking man were commanding their magic treasures, fighting fiercely with a strange red hammer, while chanting incantations with their hands, constantly bombarding the other side with various spells. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao was shrouded in dense black fog, her entire body enveloped by a black cloud, from which she shot out hundreds of green demonic flames, constantly clashing with the spells of the two men opposite her. However, while she was engaged in battle, she kept retreating, trying to escape from this place. But the skull-headed man and the ugly-looking man seemed to have rich experience in battle. With just the right attacks, they always managed to prevent Yuan Yao from escaping in one go. At this moment, all three of them saw the streak of light flying towards them, and the ugly-looking man and the skull-headed man were overjoyed. When Han Li's radiance subsided and he appeared near the battlefield, the ugly-looking man hastily called out and said somewhat discontentedly, "Friend, please make your move quickly. If the three of us attack together, we will definitely capture this woman. But what about the friend from the Qingyang sect? Why is he still dragging his feet on matters within his own sect? You don't need to wait any longer. The friend from the Qingyang sect, he's right here." Hearing this, Han Li expressionlessly raised his hand and flung the head hidden behind him towards the ugly-looking man. Hearing Han Li's harsh tone, the ugly man already sensed something was wrong. Seeing a head thrown towards him, he was even more alarmed. Without thinking, he dodged aside, letting the object pass by. As it brushed past him, he clearly saw the face on the head, ashen and lifeless, and it truly was the old man surnamed Ding. His heart trembled. The skull-faced man also saw this clearly, and was equally horrified. However, these two were often in sync. At the moment they sensed something was wrong, they quickly moved together, pointed at the battling magic treasures, and summoned back the splitting axe and strange blade. They then watched Han Li with full vigilance. Although Han Li was a late-stage core formation cultivator, the two were confident that they could hold their own together, and thus showed no fear. In the distance, Yuan Yao, shrouded in black mist, was also confused by what she saw. Cautious by nature, she didn't take the opportunity to escape, but neither did she dispel her protective magic. She kept the red, strange hammer hovering in front of her and silently observed the bizarre actions of the three. Han Li glanced meaningfully at Yuan Yao, then turned back to the skull-faced man and his companion, smiling slightly. Without explanation, he waved his hands, and over 20 small azure swords shot out from his sleeves like swimming fish. With a flash of light, the swords shot towards the two men. The skull-faced man and the ugly man couldn't believe their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. An ordinary core formation cultivator would have to spend most of their resources to refine even one life-bound magic treasure. Yet, their opponent, who had suddenly turned against them, released over 20 flying swords at once. Without thinking, the two knew that this opponent was no ordinary late-stage core formation cultivator, and that they were no match for him. The skull-faced man's face changed dramatically, and he roared, "Scatter, save yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of black light and fled. The ugly man, without a word, retracted his giant axe and also took off in the opposite direction, flying just as quickly as if well practiced. Han Li's face darkened. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and pointed at the sword array. Immediately, azure light flashed, and each flying sword split into 3 identical sword shadows. The original 24 swords instantly became 96, greatly increasing the array's power. Han Li then flicked his green robe and uttered a cold split. As soon as he spoke, the sword lights obediently split into 2 groups. The 2 groups of flying swords, connected by azure light, trembled and shot out like swarms of bees. This display of sword light splitting stunned the fleeing skull-faced man and ugly man, turning their faces pale. They disregarded everything and poured all their magical power into fleeing. Han Li stood motionless, a trace of pity in his eyes. The speed of the sword array was not something ordinary people could escape from. Unless they had heaven-defying treasures like his blood-red cloak or wind-thunder wings, they had no chance. Sure enough, within moments, the sword arrays caught up with the 2 men who had fled 1,000 feet away. Helpless, the skull-faced man and the ugly man turned back to use their treasures to defend. But under the barrage of countless sword lights, they screamed in agony and were soon torn to pieces. Only then did Han Li, unhurriedly, recall the sword lights and the treasures, letting them wrap around the storage bags from the remains and return to him. As the flying swords returned to his sleeves like homing birds, Han Li turned with a faint smile to look at the black cloud in the distance. To his surprise, before he could speak, Yuan Yao's soft laughter came from within the cloud. Is that Brother Han? I didn't expect that after so many years your skills have reached such heights. I truly envy you. As she spoke, the black cloud gradually dispersed, revealing a beautiful woman standing gracefully. She wore a charming smile, and her bright eyes sparkled as she gazed at Han Li in silence. I didn't expect Miss Yuan to recognize me. I was hopping to surprise you. Han Li chuckled and dismissed his disguise, revealing his true form in a flash of white light. Brother Han's numerous flying swords make it hard to believe there's another like you in the Star Sea, Yuan Yao said with a soft laugh, though she seemed relieved once Han Li revealed himself. This time I must. Knowing that with Han Li's current level, she had no chance of escape if he meant her harm, Yuan Yao decided to be open and amiable, hopping to build a good rapport. Seeing Yuan Yao's friendly demeanor, Han Li naturally understood her intent. Smiling, he waved his hand and said, "It was just a coincidence that I was passing by and lent a hand. It was no trouble at all. But I see that Miss Yuan has made significant progress in her cultivation over these years." Brother Han, are you mocking me? You've reached late-stage core formation while I'm still lingering in the early stage. What progress can I speak of? Yuan Yao said, slightly tilting her head and giving Han Li a playful look. Haha, Miss Yuan is too modest. Though it was by chance that we met, there are indeed a few matters I need to discuss with you, Han Li said, shifting the topic as he didn't want to dwell on his cultivation. Of course, Brother Han. If you don't mind my humble abode, why not come to my cave for a chat? Yuan Yao suggested with a laugh, clearly more enthusiastic and affectionate after being saved by Han Li. In that case, I shall not refuse, Han Li agreed without hesitation. Yuan Yao's face lit up with joy, and she led Han Li to a green mountain below. Han Li followed her into her cave dwelling. The cave was not large, but was elegantly and tastefully decorated. The passageways were lined with various exotic flowers and plants, transforming an otherwise cold and dull stone cave into a vibrant and fragrant haven. Han Li couldn't help but smile warmly at the sight. Yuan Yao led Han Li into a stone hall about 10 feet wide. After seating him in the guest area, she brewed a pot of floral tea and then sat across from him, smiling. Brother Han, your reputation in the Star Sea is not small. Everyone knows that the Star Sea's greatest treasure, the Void Sky Cauldron, is in the hands of a core formation cultivator named Han. And you have reached late-stage core formation in a short time. Is it because you took the legendary Bu Tian Dan? Is the pill truly so miraculous? Yuan Yao asked directly about the Void Sky Cauldron, clearly expressing her longing for the Bu Tian Dan. Han Li was taken aback, but then chuckled. This woman was clever, openly bringing up the Void Sky Cauldron and Bu Tian Dan to show she harbored no ill intentions, which made Han Li feel a bit more favorable towards her. Since Miss Yuan brought it up, I won't hide it. The Void Sky Cauldron is indeed with me, but since I obtained it, I haven't been able to open it due to my limited skills. To me, it's currently a useless item. As for my cultivation progress, it came from a different opportunity, not the Bu Tian Dan. Han Li sighed and shook his head, confident in his superior skills and cultivation. He saw no need to deny it and admitted the truth. The void sky cauldron hasn't been opened. Yuan Yao was initially surprised, but then smiled, her expression clearly showing some disbelief. Han Li frowned slightly, not wanting to explain further. He coughed lightly and got straight to the point. I wonder if Miss Yuan still has any of the 10,000-year spirit liquid left. As you know, holding the void sky cauldron puts me in a precarious position. The spirit liquid I had has been mostly used up for various reasons. If you still have some left, I would like to buy it at a high price. You won't suffer any loss, Han Li said slowly, looking at Yuan Yao. During his time in the outer seas, without the 10,000-year spirit liquid, his life would have been at risk multiple times. Realizing its importance, Han Li was determined to obtain the remaining half-bottle of spirit liquid, thinking it could be a lifesaver in future dangers. Yuan Yao was initially surprised by Han Li's request, then slightly furrowed her brows and fell silent. After a moment, she took out a small blue bottle from her waist, placed it on the stone table between them, and pushed it towards Han Li without hesitation. The bottle contains the 10,000-year spirit liquid, not a drop used. There's no need for anything in exchange. I will gift it to Brother Han, she said calmly, her eyes clear and sincere. You're gifting it to me. Han Li displayed a slightly surprised expression. Yes, although the 10,000-year spirit liquid is exceptionally precious, it can't compare to the life-saving grace you've bestowed upon me. Does fellow Taoist Han think Yuan Yao, as a woman, does not know how to be grateful? Yuan Yao said, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead and lightly biting her lip. It's not that, but Miss Yuan. Han Li appeared slightly hesitant. Seeing this, Yuan Yao's eyes sparkled, and she chuckled softly. We've faced hardships together in the Void Sky Palace, and now you've saved my life. Brother Han, from now on, just call me Yuan Yao. No need for the formalities of calling each other fellow Taoist. Yuan Yao said with a smile. She seemed to recall something, and a blush rose on her face, making her even more enchanting. Han Li, momentarily dazed by her alluring expression, lingered his gaze on her face for a few extra moments. Under Han Li's intense gaze, Yuan Yao's blush deepened. She tilted her head slightly, avoiding his eyes. Since Miss Yuan insists, I won't be overly polite. From now on, I'll address you by your name. After a long pause, Han Li took a deep breath and said. He then casually picked up the small bottle on the table and opened it for a look. Inside was indeed the genuine 10,000-year spirit liquid. Han Li's face showed a hint of joy as he put the bottle into his storage bag. After a moment's hesitation, he took out two small white jade bottles and pushed them toward Yuan Yao. What are these? Yuan Yao blinked her beautiful eyes, somewhat puzzled. These are two bottles of pills that can enhance your magical power. I believe they will be helpful for Miss Yuan's future cultivation. Consider them my gift in return, Han Li said calmly. Yuan Yao has already said the spirit liquid is a gift. By offering these 2 bottles of pills, you put me in a difficult position. Yuan Yao was momentarily taken aback by Han Li's words, but after looking at the white jade bottles, she smiled. Miss Yuan, don't regret it. These 2 bottles of pills were refined from a 6th grade demonic core. With your current peak early stage core formation cultivation, taking them will allow you to smoothly advance to the mid-stage core formation. Han Li glanced at her and said with a slight smile, pills refined from a 6th grade demonic core. Yuan Yao's previously smiling expression suddenly turned to one of surprise. She immediately picked up one of the white jade bottles and quickly opened the lid. A burst of pure spiritual energy wafted out from the bottle, filling Yuan Yao with extraordinary joy. If it were anything else, I wouldn't mind. But these 2 bottles of pills are something I really need. I will accept them gratefully. Yuan Yao said, her hands tightly gripping the small bottles, a bit embarrassed but clearly delighted. These pills will save Yuan Yao over 10 years of painstaking cultivation. Despite the slight awkwardness, she was extremely happy. Miss Yuan, feel free to accept them. Actually, I have another favor to ask of you. Seeing her accept the pills, Han Li felt a bit relieved. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to bring up his next request. With Brother Han's current abilities, what could you possibly need from me? Tell me, if it's within my power, I'll surely help. After carefully storing away the pills, Yuan Yao felt more at ease with Han Li and spoke with a radiant smile. I noticed the spirit concealment array of the Qingyang sect earlier. It can hide the spiritual energy around a cave dwelling, very ingenious. I wonder if Miss Yuan could give me a copy of the array's setup method. I would be immensely grateful, Han Li said slowly. The spirit concealment array. No problem, that's a small matter. Perhaps wanting to repay Han Li for the previous help, Yuan Yao agreed without hesitation. She took out a jet-black jade slip from her storage bag and handed it to Han Li. This jade slip is a formation manual from the Qingyang sect. Besides the spirit concealment array, it also includes a few other powerful formations. Consider it my gift to you, Yuan Yao said with a captivating smile. Han Li was delighted, and after expressing his thanks, he took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. Indeed, it contained several formations he had never heard of, with the spirit concealment array prominently listed. After a brief look, Han Li, satisfied, withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip. He was about to say something more to Yuan Yao, but noticed her hesitant expression, as if she had something to say but was unsure. What's the matter, Miss Yuan? Is there something else? Han Li asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Brother Han, since you know about the Qingyang sect, you might be aware of some of my experiences. Yuan Yao hesitated for a moment, then, with a flash of determination on her jade-like face, finally calmed down and asked. Han Li's expression changed slightly. Though he didn't know why she brought this up, he nodded calmly. Indeed, when infiltrating those people, I heard the Qingyang sect members mention that you were almost made a concubine by their young master, but later poisoned him and fled with treasures. Is that true? Han Li said seriously. Yuan Yao's beautiful face showed a faint, bitter smile. What they said isn't wrong. I was indeed almost made that scoundrel's concubine. When I agreed, I was also considering the prospect of having the Qingyang sect as a powerful backing. Hearing this, Brother Han might think Yuan Yao was too unprincipled and shameless. She said with a self-mocking tone. There's nothing wrong with that. In the cultivation world, such things are common. Without being born into a great sect or having exceptional talent, it's extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to advance. Miss Yuan's actions were understandable. Many female cultivators with some beauty willingly become the concubines or servants of high-level cultivators, hopping for some guidance. Those who have lost hope in their path even agree to become others' cultivation furnaces for a brief period of wealth and ease. Han Li said, shaking his head. Han Li's words seemed to make Yuan Yao feel a bit better. She forced a smile at Han Li and continued. My senior sister Yan Li and I were from a small cultivation sect. Our talents were average, and our cultivation methods were very ordinary. Knowing we wouldn't progress much, let alone reach the core formation stage, we left our sect to find high-level unmarried male cultivators to become their dual cultivation partners. Unfortunately, we never found a suitable one, not even among late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Instead, we attracted many unscrupulous individuals. Since their cultivation wasn't much higher than ours, my sister and I naturally didn't agree. Eventually, we separated due to some incidents. Years later, when I saw my senior sister again, she had become the furnace of the Qingyang sect's young master. I was shocked and angry, but before I could ask anything, the young master appeared and claimed he wanted to take me as his concubine. If I agreed, he would spare my senior sister and also make her his concubine. Being young and naive, I saw his status, high cultivation, and handsome appearance and agreed, despite my senior sister's objections. I followed him back to Qingyang sect. At this point, Yuan Yao had a dazed expression, as if recalling the past. Han Li frowned slightly, knowing the next part of her story would be the real reason she brought this up. As expected, Yuan Yao collected her thoughts and continued with a cold voice. On the way back to Qingyang sect, my senior sister secretly told me that she was also deceived by the young master. He promised to make her his concubine, but turned her into his furnace within months. The other furnaces were also tricked in the same way. Once within the sect, their fates were out of their hands. Alarmed, my sister and I planned to escape. However, the young master, being a lustful man, forced himself on me during the journey. We had no choice but to set a trap, and when his guards were absent, we ambushed him. Though we succeeded, my sister was fatally injured by his retaliation. She had to leave her physical body and take refuge in a magical artifact. Ordinary soul artifacts couldn't sustain a soul for long, and despite my efforts, her spirit gradually weakened, losing its vitality. Han Li was moved and recalled the matter of the soul-nourishing wood. Is it possible that Miss Yuan sought the soul-nourishing wood to stabilize her senior sister's spirit? Han Li asked, realizing the connection. Indeed, I obtained a jade slip from the young master of the Qingyang sect that recorded the existence of the soul-nourishing wood within the Void Temple. After some preparations, I ventured to the Void Temple to retrieve this sacred wood. Unexpectedly, the temple was far more dangerous than rumored. If it hadn't been for fellow Taoist Han's repeated rescues, I, with my newly established core formation cultivation, would have perished in the temple. Now, after years of nourishment from the soul-nourishing wood, my senior sister Yanli's soul has largely recovered. Although she cannot actively seize a body yet, the soul-returning technique can give her a new body. Yuan Yao's face showed hope as she spoke. The soul-returning technique, the secret art that allows a soul to re-enter a recently deceased body. Han Li's expression changed slightly. Yes, that's the one. Miss Yuan, do you know what you're doing? Setting aside the dangers of this technique, the cost of performing it is not something an ordinary cultivator can bear. It requires a cultivation level above core formation and is so defiant of natural laws that the caster's cultivation will be severely damaged, typically dropping by a whole realm. Given your current cultivation, if you perform this technique, you will likely shatter your core and fall back to the foundation establishment stage. Han Li stared at her, his voice turning cold and stern. Of course I know. This technique is not like body possession. Possession involves taking over a living body, and as long as it doesn't violate the 3 major prohibitions, can generally be done safely. The soul-returning technique, however, revives a body that has just died, naturally requiring a significant price. Yuan Yao paused, but then continued nonchalantly. It seemed she had already accepted the possibility of shattering her core. Even with the soul-nourishing wood, your senior sister cannot actively seize a body. Perhaps you could wait until you reach mid-core formation before performing the soul-returning technique. This way, you might avoid shattering your core. You must know that shattering your core and forming a new one is immensely difficult, far harder than the first time. It is almost impossible. Han Li's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he warned her earnestly. My senior sister suffered severe damage, and her soul has been in a disembodied state for too long. She is already beginning to lose her sanity intermittently. The soul-nourishing wood cannot completely prevent this. In a year or 2, she will lose her sanity entirely, and even with the soul-returning technique, she would become an imbecile. Additionally, I have found a suitable body and have already set up the soul-returning formation. I was planning to perform the technique in a month or 2, barring any disturbances. Yuan Yao spoke calmly, a faint sorrow in her expression, but her determination was clear. Hearing this, a strange expression flashed in Han Li's eyes. Miss Yuan, are you telling me this because you want my help? After a long pause, he asked with a sigh. Brother Han has already helped me greatly, and I should not ask for more. But the soul-returning technique must be performed in a place of extreme yin and is highly sensitive to disturbances. The ritual creates significant commotion, and even with the formation's concealment, could attract other cultivators' attention. Due to my status as a fugitive from the Qingyang sect, I know no other high-level cultivators except for you. So I dare not hope for more assistance, only that Brother Han might stay for a few days to guard the ritual. This concerns my senior sister's very life. If Brother Han agrees, you may name any condition, and I will comply as long as it is within my power. Yuan Yao's delicate brows knitted, her face resolute. Han Li was silent, contemplating. Normally, he would not want to delay. He had his own troubles, and the less involvement, the better. However, Yuan Yao's willingness to shatter her core to save her friend stirred something within him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided that, with his current cultivation level, unless he encountered a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he would not face significant danger. He could easily handle ordinary cultivators who came to investigate. Guarding her for a few days seemed manageable. Having made up his mind, he rubbed his nose with a bitter smile. It seems I am not heartless enough to refuse. Since Miss Yuan is determined to shatter her core for her friend's revival, I will help guard you. I won't ask for any other conditions. Just explain the peculiarities of the soul-summoning pearl to me. I still have reservations and have not refined it yet. And this place of extreme yin is not on this island, I hope. This place has already been exposed, and it would be safer to perform the ritual elsewhere. Yuan Yao's face lit up with gratitude. Han Li felt a moment of enlightenment. No wonder the beast, though capable of soul-leading and ghost-devouring, was not as powerful as reputed. It turned out to be an unfinished product. Slightly disappointed, Han Li took the jade slip, glanced at it, and put it away. Miss Yuan, this place is exposed. To avoid unforeseen events, we should leave immediately for the place of extreme yin. Delay might bring trouble. Han Li's expression turned serious. Indeed, I was about to suggest the same. Let me tidy up the cave, and then we will depart without delay. Yuan Yao agreed promptly. 3 days later, on another desolate small island, Han Li hovered high above, observing the terrain below. This island indeed has dense yin energy. Finding such a place was no small feat, Miss Yuan. With the abundant yin energy here, you might minimize the damage. Han Li stroked his chin, turning to Yuan Yao beside him. Naturally, I researched the area thoroughly and found this island. Long ago, it was known as a beast graveyard. Before humans established themselves in the chaotic Star Sea, dying low-level beasts would instinctively come here to await death. Even after humans took control and the low-level beasts were mostly exterminated, the island retained its dense yin energy. Its small size and remote location keep it unknown. Yuan Yao smiled, explaining. Finishing her explanation, she descended gracefully, with Han Li following leisurely. In a secluded corner of the island, Yuan Yao led Han Li to an empty valley, surrounded by black fist-sized rocks. Upon arriving, Yuan Yao formed a spell with her hands and sent out a red light. The scene in front of the valley wavered, revealing a complex formation about 10 meters in size. The formation was exceedingly intricate. filled with deep runes, indicating its extraordinary nature. What caught Han Li's attention was the crystalline white jade coffin in the center, about 7 feet long and 3 feet high, wreathed in wisps of white mist, clearly made of rare cold jade and of immense value. Han Li's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. There was no doubt that this cold jade coffin housed the body Yuan Yao had prepared for Yanli. Han Li knew the conditions for the soul-returning technique were strict, involving spiritual roots, birth time, and even the exact time of death, free from resentment or corruption. Given these conditions, the suitability of the body for the soul-returning technique was impressive. While Han Li carefully examined the formation and jade coffin, Yuan Yao solemnly took out a black wooden box from her bosom and placed it on the coffin lid before stepping back a few paces. In 2 hours, it will be the time of day when yin energy is at its peak. That's when I'll start performing the soul-returning art. The entire process will take about 2 to 3 days. During this time, I'll need to rely on you, Brother Han. Yuan Yao glanced at the sky, then turned her pretty face back to Han Li and said earnestly. Han Li nodded, looked around the valley, and asked with a frown, apart from an illusion array, "It seems there's no protective formation set up. If strong enemies arrive and I'm too occupied to help, wouldn't you be in danger?" Of course, Yuan Yao knows this, but with no high-quality formation tools at hand and insufficient preparation time, I can only take this risk. Yuan Yao bit her red lips, revealing a few hints of helplessness on her jade-like face. In that case, leave the formation to me. I have some decent formation tools here. Although their power isn't great, they're better than having no protection at all. Han Li, hearing Yuan Yao's words, crossed his arms and stroked his chin. He might as well see the good deed through to the end. Brother Han is also proficient in formations. If that's the case, I'll feel much more at ease during the ritual. I'll trouble you then. Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Han Li smiled slightly without saying more, then rose into the air to survey the terrain around the valley. After a moment, he had a clear idea and slowly descended. There's not much time left. I'll start setting up the formation now. With that, Han Li waved his hands, and over a dozen large ape puppets appeared on either side. He took out several sets of formation tools from his storage pouch and distributed them to the puppets. Then, standing in place, he used his divine sense to direct the apes in arranging the formations around the valley. Yuan Yao curiously watched the puppets' actions for a moment, but soon turned her attention back to her own preparations. The soul-returning art is no trivial matter. Detailed preparations must be made before casting the spell, and the large formation underfoot must be tested for any potential errors. Meanwhile, with the help of the ape puppets, Han Li finished setting up 4 or 5 decent formations in just over an hour. Though they couldn't block a core formation cultivator, they could easily stop foundation establishment cultivators. At the center of the valley, Yuan Yao was also finishing her preparations. Seeing the spirit stones placed around the formation, she cast a spell at the formation's core, activating it. The formation hummed softly, and black light flickered as eerie black mist appeared around the formation, converging toward the cold jade coffin in the middle. Yuan Yao, satisfied, quickly cast another spell to stop the formation. No problem. Everything is normal. Yuan Yao emerged from the formation and said to Han Li with delight, Taoist Yuan, have you really thought this through? After shattering your core, your path to immortality will be blocked. It will be almost impossible to reach the core formation stage again. Han Li said slowly, looking at her smiling face. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao's smile faded, and she fell silent. If it's blocked, so be it. The fact that I've survived till now is already a gift, Yuan Yao said calmly. Brother Han doesn't understand the bond between my sister and me. That's why you say such things. Sister Yanli and I grew up together, entered the sect together, and have been together for decades. We are closer than real sisters. When we killed the young master of King Yang's sect, it was my sister who took the opponent's counterattack for me. Otherwise, I would be the one suffering in the soul would now. As long as I can keep Sister Yanli's soul from dispersing and give her a new body, shattering my core is nothing. She lifted a hand, gently brushing a strand of hair from her forehead, her expression indifferent. Hearing her words, a strange look flashed across Han Li's face. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Yuan Yao returned to the formation, sitting cross-legged before the cold jade coffin, waiting for the best time. The two were silent for a while, but soon Yuan Yao glanced at the sky and slowly stood up. It's time. I will begin the ritual now. Whether or not the soul-returning art succeeds this time, I am deeply grateful for your protection, Brother Han. Please accept Yuan Yao's bow. She bowed gracefully to Han Li, then, without hesitation, formed a hand seal to activate the formation beneath her. Seeing this, Han Li sighed, slowly walked to the edge of the valley, and sat down cross-legged at the valley's entrance, extending his divine sense to monitor the entire island and the surrounding sea. Half a day later, Han Li still sat motionless, but his brows furrowed, and a faint wry smile appeared on his face. Now he understood why Yuan Yao insisted on his protection. The commotion from the soul-returning art was beyond large. It was earth-shattering. Han Li glanced back at the valley. There, the yin wind had already covered most of the valley, with sand and stones flying everywhere in a gray haze. Ghostly wails and sharp, piercing cries echoed. Near the formation's center, blinding black light flashed. The heavy yin energy was terrifying. But what rendered Han Li speechless was the massive black cloud that had formed over the island, several miles in diameter. Filled with rolling yin energy and rumbling thunder, it was forming a funnel shape, with its lower end pointing directly at the valley. Such a conspicuous omen would undoubtedly attract the attention of cultivators in the nearby sea. Accompanying such phenomena, usually a treasure was being born, or someone was performing a heaven-defying ritual. They wouldn't miss the chance to investigate. Hopefully, it wouldn't attract any powerful individuals. As Han Li thought this, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards a certain direction in the distance. In the southwestern direction of the island, 7 or 8 beams of light flew swiftly, stopping in the sky a few miles away. The light dissipated, revealing several male and female cultivators. Among them, the leader was an elderly man with white hair, a Foundation establishment cultivator, while the rest were young men and women, around the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement. Judging by their matching blue silk robes, they were from the same sect. The old man stood in front of the others, his expression puzzled as he gazed at the ominous phenomenon over the island, his face fluctuating between uncertainty and determination. "Uncle Zhao, let's go to the island and take a look. There might be a treasure appearing." A young female disciple, around 21 or 22 years old, suggested anxiously when the old man remained silent. "You are too impatient, Hui Ling. From these signs, if a treasure is appearing, it's likely to be a demonic or cursed one. Moreover, it could also be a high-level cultivator performing some dark ritual. Rushing in could be courting death." The old man glanced at her and scolded in a grandfatherly tone. The girl, though somewhat dissatisfied, lowered her head and dared not speak further. "Uncle, are we just going to wait here?" Another slightly older male disciple asked, looking at the dark clouds over the island with hesitation. "Don't worry. With such a big commotion, others will definitely come. We'll figure out the situation and then decide what to do. Remember, our Taeyong sect has survived by being cautious and not stirring up trouble. No matter how great the benefits, we must weigh whether we can survive to enjoy them." The old man seemed to be taking his disciples on a journey, teaching them while observing the island. The young men and women behind him repeatedly voiced their agreement. Soon after the old man finished speaking, 2 more beams of yellow and green light approached from another side of the island. Noticing the old man's group, they stopped 100 yards away. "Ah, it's Elder Zhao of the Taeyong sect. Do you know what's happening on the island and why there's such a heavenly omen?" A sweet female voice came from the light. As the light dispersed, a man and a woman appeared. The man, in his 40s, was dressed in black and had a stiff, lifeless expression. The woman, around 27 or 28, had a dignified and beautiful appearance. She asked the old man gently, "So it's 2 fellow cultivators, May. We were passing by and saw the commotion on this island from afar, so we came to see what was going on. We just arrived here not long ago. It seems that you siblings have broad knowledge. Can you tell from these omens what's going on?" The old man surnamed Zhao seemed to be acquainted with the pair, smiling as he spoke. "Brother Zhao is joking. If even fellow Taoist doesn't know the significance of this celestial phenomenon, my brother and I would be even more clueless. However, judging by the entangled yin energy, it's probably the birth of a treasure or perhaps a deadly weapon." The woman replied in a refined manner, while the man only nodded lightly, appearing aloof. Seeing this, the old man didn't get angry and coughed lightly, intending to say something else. But just then, a pleasant flute sound drifted over from a distance, followed by flashes of green light on the distant horizon as a dot of light flew closer to them. The graceful face of May, the woman, changed subtly upon hearing the flute sound, but she quickly regained her composure. The old man was momentarily stunned, then remembered something. He gave the woman a few more glances, his face showing a trace of strangeness. While the man beside the woman remained expressionless, a hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. After a moment, the green light approached. Surprisingly, it was a young man carrying a jade flute, flying towards them. He was handsome, dressed in white, and carried himself with an air of elegance. Sure enough, I guessed correctly. Miss May has indeed come to this place. The white-clad young man flew to the group and stopped playing the flute, shouting excitedly at May. "Fellow Fu, you're here too." May's face showed a hint of helplessness, reluctantly responding, seemingly displeased to see him. "What are your intentions? My sister has already said she's not interested in being your dual cultivation partner, yet you keep pestering her. Do you think having a foundation establishment master as a mentor makes May afraid to send you away?" May's elder brother spoke in a hoarse and cold tone. "I truly love Miss May. As long as Miss May remains unmarried, I will always be by her side. Miss May must be moved by my sincerity." The white-clad young man gazed affectionately at May, looking deeply enamored. Upon hearing this, May blushed, stomped her foot, and turned away, ignoring him. Her elder brother, on the other hand, showed a hint of fierceness, coupled with his zombie-like face, making him appear even more sinister. But the white-clad young man continued to stare straight at May's retreating figure, paying no attention to the others. "Cough, why be so impulsive, fellow cultivators? In a while, more cultivators will likely arrive. If there's really a treasure appearing on the island, it's best to make a move early. Otherwise, if more people come, or if seniors in the core formation stage arrive, there will be no chance left." The old man surnamed Zhao's eyes flickered as he suddenly interjected, steering the conversation back to the island. Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily taken aback. The celestial phenomenon on the island is starting to change. The white-clad young man, who had previously seemed indifferent, now showed a changed expression after casually glancing at it. The old man and the May siblings were equally surprised and looked in the direction he indicated. Sure enough, the rolling dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to rotate around a certain point, continuously sucking in the dense yin energy near the island, rapidly expanding in size. It seemed that a huge, dark object was about to form. "What's this? Could a treasure be about to emerge?" The woman's face showed a shocked expression, her complexion paling as she asked. "Regardless of whether it's true or not, let's take a look first. Perhaps it's our chance." May's brother gazed at the astonishing scene on the island, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. "But what if it's not a treasure, but a high-level cultivator cultivating some top-tier technique. Would going over there provoke them? The woman, hearing her brother's words, hesitated. There are no gains without risks in this world. If we want treasures, we naturally have to take some risks. Besides, if it's really a senior cultivating on the island, we can always leave after a few words. The man's voice turned cold, speaking impatiently. Then, he ignored the others and stepped on his sword-shaped artifact, flying directly towards the island. The woman was momentarily stunned. Then, showing a worried expression, she urged her artifact to follow closely. Seeing this, the white-clad young man hesitated for a moment. Then, glancing sideways, he saw that the old man named Zhao hadn't moved, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. "Fellow Zhao, aren't you going to investigate? It was you who first suggested going to the island to search for treasures. Have you changed your mind so soon?" He frowned and asked. "I only made a suggestion. I never said I would go myself. Besides, this time I brought some juniors with me and didn't want to take this risk. If there really is treasure, I'll leave it to you three." The old man chuckled and calmly replied, twirling his beard. "Humph, fellow Zhao's words sound nice. I'm afraid you're just using us as cannon fodder." The white-clad young man glared at the old man but turned his head to look at the departing Mei siblings. Afterward, he transformed into a streak of light, gritting his teeth as he chased after them. Watching the streak of light disappearing into the distance, the old man smiled and shook his head. After a while, he muttered to himself, "Youth is indeed full of troubles. Once you get involved with matters of the heart, I fear you'll have big troubles ahead," he murmured softly. The group of disciples behind him exchanged glances upon hearing this. Seeing the three of them flying towards the vicinity of the island and heading towards where the celestial phenomenon occurred, the old man couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and expectant as he stared without blinking. But just then, from behind them came a cold voice. "You're smart not to take this risk. Otherwise, even if there really is a treasure, do you juniors deserve to possess it?" Hearing this, the old man was shocked. The group of disciples behind him looked around anxiously, but there was no one to be seen. "I wonder who the senior is visiting this place. Taeyong sect's Zhao Zioking pays respects to the senior." The old man still didn't find the speaker's trace and felt a bit chilly in his heart. He quickly spoke respectfully. "Taeyong sect, what's your relationship with that guy, Bu Diankong?" The voice continued to come from nowhere, sounding indifferent and cold. "Bu is my senior uncle. Does the senior know our sect's master?" The old man's heart trembled, not daring to be negligent as he replied. Chapter 566, Astonished Retreat. We've met once. I originally planned to wipe you out just to avoid being annoyed. But since you're under the same sect as someone I know, I'll spare you. However, you youngsters stay put. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The voice, hesitating slightly, softened somewhat. "Of course, we won't cause any trouble for the senior," the old man replied, his face slightly pale. However, he felt a sense of relief inside, secretly thankful for the wide network of his sex elders. At this moment, the white-clad young man had already caught up with the May siblings. The three of them flew close to a small valley, about to advance further, when suddenly a light screen appeared with a surge of spiritual energy. Fellow Taoists, please turn back. If you proceed, I won't be polite. A cold and calm voice sounded in their ears simultaneously. It was Han Lei speaking. The May siblings and the white-clad young man exchanged glances, their faces showing uncertainty. May I ask who you are and what business you have on this island? May's brother couldn't hold back and asked loudly. I will count to 10. If you don't leave, you will stay here forever. 10, 9, 8. Han Li didn't answer. Instead, he started counting down coldly from behind the light screen. The faces of the three Foundation establishment cultivators changed. The other's tone was quite intimidating, making them unsure if it was a bluff or if he was indeed a core formation stage cultivator. As the three hesitated, Han Li had counted halfway. At this moment, the light screen flashed, and a dozen or so puppet giant apes appeared, arranged in an arc and approaching them in unison. This is bad, retreat quickly. These are high-level puppets. We can't possibly fight them. May's sister, having extensive knowledge, immediately recognized the power of the puppet apes. Her face turned pale. Without hesitation, she grabbed her brother's arm and flew back. The white-clad young man, no fool himself, also realized the danger of these puppets, gasped, and followed the May siblings, turning and flying away. Seeing the three retreat, the countdown voice behind the light screen abruptly stopped. The puppet apes, having pursued them for about a dozen meters, halted and coldly watched them without moving further. Only after the three flew out of the island's vicinity did the puppet apes return to the light screen, disappearing without a trace. Sitting at the valley entrance, Han Li slowly opened his eyes, showing no signs of joy. He had clearly sensed that, besides the low-level cultivators in the nearby sea area, a core formation stage cultivator had already appeared. Although the other's concealment technique was decent, Han Li's divine sense had easily detected him. He hoped that the three who had just been scared away could make other Foundation establishment cultivators retreat as well. He naturally wasn't afraid of cultivators of this level, but he didn't want to engage in unnecessary slaughter. And this was just the beginning. Han Li pondered and estimated that on the last day, at most, only 3 or 4 high-level cultivators might show up. It was highly unlikely that a nascent soul stage cultivator would happen to be nearby. After all, this wasn't the outer sea, and even within such a vast area, there wouldn't be many core formation stage cultivators. If that was the case, with his current cultivation level, he had nothing to fear. Although he didn't want to draw attention, if these cultivators didn't know their limits, he would have to act ruthlessly. Having made up his mind, Han Li expressionlessly closed his eyes again. At this moment, the May siblings and the man named Fu had already flown back to their original location. Seeing them return so quickly, the elderly man named Zhao showed a peculiar expression. "Did you three fellow Taoists already scout the island?" The old man asked tentatively. "We were a bit late. Another cultivator has already occupied the place where the celestial phenomenon occurred and set up a restriction. The other party can control high-level puppets and spoke very arrogantly. I estimate he is a core formation cultivator. The three of us are no match," May's sister said, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she shook her head. A core formation cultivator. So the celestial phenomenon on the island indeed holds some significance and isn't a natural occurrence. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? The old man, stunned, blurted out. "Who knows? We should have been among the first to arrive on this island." That person probably arrived before the celestial phenomenon appeared and set up a formation. "It seems there is something significant going on," the white-clad man said, lightly caressing his jade flute without raising his head. "What does the other party look like? Describe him, and I might know who he is," the old man pondered for a moment before asking. Hearing this, the May siblings and the white-clad man exchanged glances. "What, you didn't see the other party?" The old man frowned, showing a hint of suspicion. The white-clad man's face darkened suddenly, recalling earlier events. "HMPH, if Brother Zhao doesn't believe us, why don't you go check for yourself? Who knows if the other party will be as lenient," he said irritably. He, fellow Taoist, you misunderstood. I was just asking casually. Since there's already a core formation senior on the island, whether he is practicing some cultivation method or a treasure has emerged, it's natural that we have no place to intervene. The old man laughed it off. That's not necessarily true. Even if the other party is a core formation cultivator, if we unite with a dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators, we could contend with him, May's brother said, unwilling to give up. Brother May is joking. Not only are there not that many foundation establishment cultivators here, but who would dare to offend a core formation cultivator without knowing if there's really a treasure or its value? The white-clad man shook his head, dismissing the idea. Hearing this, May's brother opened his mouth to retort but found he had no argument. He sighed and fell silent. "Brother, since things are too complicated here, we should stay out of it and leave," May's sister gently urged her brother. Hearing this, her brother showed hesitation. Although he knew there was little chance of gaining anything with a core formation cultivator involved, he was reluctant to leave, having come so close to a possible treasure. For wandering cultivators like them, such opportunities were rare. Leave. Wishful thinking. No one leaves until I say so. Before May's brother could decide, a cold, ethereal voice echoed around them. Startled, the May siblings and the white-clad man immediately placed their hands on their storage bags, looking around warily. However, there was no one in sight. "Brother Zhao, what's going on?" May's brother asked, his face pale, while his divine sense searched the surroundings. "Don't ask me, fellow Taoists. I'm in the same situation as you, unable to leave, the old man replied with a helpless smile. Hearing this, the other three were taken aback. As they debated whether to believe him, a yellow flash appeared about 10 meters away, revealing a white shadow. Surrounded by white mist, the figure was indistinct, like an apparition. The appearance of this figure startled the May siblings and the white-clad man, who immediately deployed their magical tools defensively, eyeing the figure warily. HMPH, you youngsters dare to think of fighting me. A cold, slightly angry voice came from the mist. We wouldn't dare. We don't know how we offended you, Senior. Why won't you let us leave? May's sister, recognizing the spiritual energy fluctuations of a core formation cultivator, paled and explained courteously. Offend me? You're not worthy. I just don't want this matter to become widely known. Until I ascertain if a treasure has appeared on the island, no one leaves. Otherwise, I'll kill anyone who tries, the figure commanded arrogantly. Hearing this, the May siblings and the white-clad man were dumbfounded. In that case, when will Senior investigate the island? The white-clad man asked, exhaling slowly. Don't worry, I'll move soon. But first, you will recount exactly what happened on the island, the figure said with a cold laugh. The three exchanged glances. May's sister frowned, but then calmly recounted their encounter with the puppets on the island. To control so many high-level puppets, the other party is indeed not a foundation establishment cultivator. It seems you're smart enough. If you had delayed, you might not be standing here now, the figure mused, then laughed coldly. Without another word, the figure turned into a yellow light and flew toward the island. The other cultivators were hopeful, thinking they might be able to leave soon. However, a slow voice drifted back from afar. Remember, if anyone leaves before I return, I will hunt you down. I'm not a lenient person. The voice gradually faded, leaving the old man and the others speechless. Seeing the yellow light disappear, they all considered sneaking away. But weighing the consequences, they were deterred by the core formation cultivator's threat and stayed put. At the same time, Han Li, at the valley entrance, opened his eyes with a serious expression. I thought he'd wait until tomorrow. Impatient fellow, Han Li muttered discontentedly. Just then, he sensed something and looked in another direction, deep in thought. Another group is coming. Seems I have to deal with them one by one. Core formation cultivators can't be scared off, he sighed, looking up at the sky. With that, he patted a spirit beast pouch at his waist. A swarm of three-colored gold, devouring beetles buzzed out, forming a giant tricolor spear after circling above. Go, Hanley commanded. With a swish, the spear disappeared. If you're seeking death, don't blame me, Hanley said, eyes flashing with killing intent. The white shadow, now a yellow light, flew onto the island but paused at the edge. The white mist dispersed, revealing a pale, middle-aged cultivator. He glanced at the direction of the celestial phenomenon, eyes flashing. White mist enveloped him again, and he vanished. While he was sneaking in using his concealment technique, Another group of red lights approached the island from the other side. These lights surrounded a luxurious flying chariot, about 6 or 7 meters long, made of fragrant wood inscribed with talismans, glowing faintly. Stop. A man's command came from inside the vehicle, and instantly, the beast-driven carriage and the escaping light came to a halt in midair. Following the gathering of the red light, several young and beautiful women emerged, all wearing uniform light green palace robes, their black hair tied up and swords strapped to their backs. These female cultivators stood neatly to the left and right of the beast carriage, all with their heads bowed and expressions solemn, each possessing foundation establishment stage cultivation. Strange, how could someone be performing such a heaven-defying spell here? Judging by the gathering of yin energy, it's either the revering yang spirit spell or the resurrection secret technique. A surprised voice came from the beast carriage shrouded in white light, nomming the resurrection technique with certainty. With such a remarkable celestial phenomenon, why can't it be the sign of a rare treasure's emergence? A young woman's voice followed, extremely cold, but unable to hide her sweet and enticing tone. Do you think I can't tell the difference between a treasure appearing and a heaven-defying spell? The man seemed very confident, chuckling as he spoke. HMPH, that's just your opinion. It might really be the sign of a treasure. After all, I can't tell the difference between the two. After a moment of silence, the woman's cold snort came again from the carriage, without any courtesy. If you want to know the truth, why not go and see for yourself? Whether it's the revering yang or the resurrection technique, it requires cultivation at the core formation stage or higher, and the practitioner's cultivation will significantly regress after performing it, sometimes even dropping an entire stage. I'm curious to see who's performing this spell. If their cultivation is decent, we can take them in. The god Dove Hall still needs a few enforcers. The man seemed to pamper the woman greatly, not getting angry at her questioning and instead following her tone. All right, after flying in the beast carriage for nearly a month, I'm feeling a bit stifled. It's a good chance to stretch my legs on the island. The woman hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Wait a moment. I'll remove the protective shield. With these words, the white light on the carriage flickered and gradually dissipated, revealing the people inside. Indeed, there were a man and a woman seated at the front and back of the carriage. One was a young man in hemp clothing, barefoot and wearing a high crown, about 27 or 28 years old, with a refined and scholarly appearance, a faint golden glow between his brows, indicating an unknown cultivation method. Beside him sat a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The girl wore a white gauze robe, her skin as white as jade, with silky black hair draped over her shoulders, her appearance extraordinarily beautiful. However, her face was slightly pale, lacking a bit of blood, making her look like an ethereal fairy, dreamlike and illusory. The girl leaned in a corner of the beast carriage, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly displeased. But upon seeing the protective shield removed, Her expression changed slightly, and she gracefully stood up and stepped out of the carriage. The man watched the girl's movements tenderly, smiling slightly as he followed her out. Taoist Wen, how certain are you that the ghost fog will appear nearby? As far as I know, as one of the most mysterious disasters in the chaotic seas, the ghost fog's appearance has no discernible pattern. The girl said, looking towards the island without turning her head, mentioning something seemingly unrelated to the current scene. The man seemed used to this, putting his hands behind his back and responding with a smile. There is indeed no precise pattern for the ghost fog, but after spending considerable effort collecting detailed records of its appearances over the centuries, I found something interesting. Some of the places where the ghost fog appears are near recent volcanic eruptions. Although this isn't always the case, at least a third match this pattern. And coincidentally, this area has had 2 undersea volcanic eruptions recently. The likelihood of the ghost fog appearing should be quite high. The beautiful girl's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise upon hearing this. After hesitating for a moment, she asked slowly, "Did you really bring me all the way to this sea area just to see if the ghost fog appears? Normally, when cultivators encounter it, they flee. Why would anyone deliberately seek it out?" "Why not? I have nothing to do recently, so I came to see if my calculations are correct. If the ghost fog does appear, do you think I won't be able to escape?" The hemp-clothed youth smiled slightly, showing a calm demeanor. The girl fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. "Shall we go now? It seems the other party is at a critical stage of their spell. Won't we disturb them?" The girl pointed to the celestial phenomenon above the island, asking calmly after a while. "Disturb? I, Wen Tianren, wish to see a core formation cultivator. Why would disturbance matter? If they don't know their place and dare to speak rudely, I'll just eliminate them." The scholarly man's face suddenly showed arrogance as he spoke. The girl glanced at the young man before her, speechless. However, his abilities were indeed profound. Although he had not yet formed a nascent soul, no other cultivator at the same stage could compare to him. He was likely considered the top core formation cultivator in the chaotic seas. The man's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced in the direction of the island, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. "What's the matter?" the girl asked coldly, curiosity piqued. "Interesting. There are now 3 core formation cultivators on that island. 2 of them are at the early core formation stage and not worth mentioning. One of them has a rather mystical concealment technique, but still doesn't catch my eye. However, the other late core formation cultivator is quite unusual. He sensed my divine sense, and his divine sense is as powerful as mine," the man said, concentrating on the island, his face showing a trace of solemnity. The girl was moved upon hearing this. She had personally witnessed how strong the man's divine sense was. It was almost comparable to a nascent soul stage old monster. Now, there was another core formation cultivator with equally strong divine sense, which was hard for her to believe, showing a strange expression for the first time. However, she also knew that despite the man's gentle and harmonious appearance, he was not magnanimous at all. Instead, he was sinister, vicious, and unpredictably violent, killing at the slightest displeasure, and his cultivation was terrifyingly high. Even though he was infatuated with her, she only dared to show a cold demeanor, not daring to overly provoke him. Fortunately, the man seemed to view conquering her as an interesting challenge and had never used force on her, which gave her some peace of mind. Though he seemed calm now, she estimated that he was very likely harboring murderous intent toward the cultivators on the island. After all, the man prided himself on having a divine sense nearly on par with nascent soul stage old monsters, and would not tolerate another core formation cultivator of similar capability. The girl sighed inwardly, feeling a slight pity for the cultivators on the island. At that moment, on the island, several miles away from the valley, among a pile of chaotic rocks, all was silent, as if no one was there. Suddenly, a sharp screech rang out, followed by a massive tricolored spear shooting out unexpectedly from below, flashing across the low altitude above the rocks. With a sound, the spear pierced through a suddenly appearing white shield. Inside the shield, a white figure flickered, revealing a pale, frightened face. Just as the person opened their mouth in shock, about to spit out a purple jade ruler, the sound of the shield shattering was heard. Before the white figure could activate their magical weapon, the spear shot through their chest with a whoosh. The corpse, emitting a strong scent of blood, fell straight down into the rocks with a thud, disappearing from sight. The tricolored spear in the air turned into a swarm of insects, one group surrounding a storage bag, another enveloping the purple jade ruler, buzzing as they flew back towards the valley. After a while, Han Li held the storage bag in one hand, scanning it with his divine sense, while casually playing with the purple jade ruler in the other. After a moment, Han Li put away the items, slowly looking towards a distant direction, his expression darkening. Just recently, after releasing the devouring golden insects, he felt a nearly imperceptible divine sense sweep over him. This startled Han Li so much he nearly jumped. In his impression, only nascent soul stage old monsters could have such a terrifying divine sense. Following it cautiously, he discovered that the divine sense came from a newly arrived group of cultivators. Upon a closer inspection, he was shocked to find that the person with this divine sense was also a late core formation stage cultivator, as young as he was. Han Li was greatly astonished. The moment his divine sense swept over, the other party also noticed his peeping presence. Using some unknown restriction, the area suddenly pushed his divine sense out, making it impossible for him to probe further. This made Han Li's heart sink even more. After this event, Han Li naturally knew that the newcomers were no ordinary cultivators. He had no interest in tangling with the sneaky white figure, and immediately commanded the giant spear formed by the devouring golden insects to easily slay it. Now he could fully focus on the newly arrived late core formation, stage expert. Looking back at the situation in the valley, Han Li saw that the formation was already surrounded by a pitch-black, ink-like yin energy, indicating that Yuan Yao's soul-returning technique had reached a critical moment. If they were disturbed now, not only would Yanli fail to be revived, but Yuan Yao herself might suffer a backlash, resulting in severe injuries. Han Li furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Although he didn't know who the young man was, the sheer strength of his divine sense made it clear that he couldn't underestimate him. Of course, he wasn't afraid either. He was confident that with his magical treasures and abilities, no core formation stage cultivator could threaten him. He was considering whether to take the initiative and deal with this person. After all, the opponent seemed troublesome, and if they teamed up with other cultivators, it could become a significant problem. Just as Han Li hesitated, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed, and he stood up abruptly. The man, along with the stunning young woman beside him, had left the beast carriage and was flying towards him. Han Li's face darkened. He raised his hands, releasing over a dozen giant ape puppets to stay behind in case any small-time villains tried to take advantage of his absence. Without hesitation, Han Li stomped his foot, transforming into a green rainbow that soared into the sky, heading towards the pair. At their level of cultivation, any battle nearby would likely affect Yuan Yao's spell in the valley. The opponent didn't seem weak, so it would be impossible to kill him instantly. The best he could do was intercept them at a distance. The pair wasn't flying at full speed, so it didn't take long for Han Li to meet them at the edge of the small island. Since the start of guarding the spell, Han Li had altered his appearance slightly, so he wasn't worried about being recognized as the owner of the Zeushan cauldron. From about 100 feet away, Han Li coldly observed the man and woman, his face expressionless. After a brief glance, Han Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The man was unremarkable, though the golden light between his brows was somewhat conspicuous, likely due to his unique cultivation method. The woman, however, was exceptionally beautiful, her appearance so striking that it evoked a sense of reverence, making Han Li take a second look. Strangely, Han Li felt a sense of familiarity towards her, especially her clear, bright eyes, as if he had seen her somewhere before. However, Han Li was certain this was the first time he had met this stunning young woman. With her extraordinary looks, it would be impossible not to remember her. At this moment, the man and woman also examined Han Li. "May I ask your name, fellow Taoist? Is the person performing the heaven-defying spell your companion?" When Tianren asked with a slight smile, his hands clasped behind his back, his face showing a hint of curiosity. Han Li's heart tightened at these words. The man's confidence in identifying the source of the celestial phenomenon suggested his capabilities were even greater than Han Li had imagined. "My name is not important. However, I advise you two to turn back now. Since you know this celestial phenomenon isn't a sign of a treasure's emergence, why come to this island?" Han Li said calmly, showing no emotion. The man's face darkened at these words, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I'm not here for the celestial phenomenon, but for you," he said lightly. "For me," Hanley raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Indeed. Since you won't reveal your name, I won't insist. However, I know most of the core formation stage cultivators from various sects, and your appearance is unfamiliar. It seems you are a rogue cultivator. In that case, I offer you and your companion two choices. Join our alliance and become an enforcer for my god Dove Hall, obeying my commands from now on, or let me kill you here and now," Wen Tianren said coldly, his scholarly demeanor giving way to a more sinister expression. "Obey your commands. Alliance. Are you from the Reverse Star Alliance?" Han Li asked, looking puzzled as he scrutinized the man again. "Wen Gongzi is the esteemed disciple of the Six Paths Extreme Saint of the Reverse Star Alliance. If you join us, you will not be disgraced. With your cultivation, you will certainly be valued in the Alliance," the beautiful young woman said, her tone indifferent as she revealed the man's identity. The successor of the Six Paths. Han Li's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. He had suspected the man's background was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected it to be this formidable. Wen Tianren's eyes showed a hint of pride as he watched Han Li's shocked expression. He enjoyed seeing strangers react with fear and respect upon learning his identity, and felt no shame in using the reputation of being the Six Paths successor. After all, one's status was part of one's power. However, Wen Tianren's satisfaction was short-lived, as Han Li's expression soon turned to a sneer. "So the young master of the Reverse Star Alliance is here. I apologize for not recognizing you, but I have no intention of joining your alliance or dying here. On the contrary, I have a proposal. Why don't you hand over your life to me?" Han Li said mockingly. Seeing the other's aggressive attitude, Han Li knew this matter wouldn't end peacefully. Moreover, from the moment they met, he had sensed killing intent from the Six Paths successor. Although he didn't know the reason, he was certain that even if he agreed to join, this young master would still try to kill him. Given this, Han Li decided to drop the pretense and stopped showing any courtesy. He didn't fear the immense power of the Reverse Star Alliance. After all, as the owner of the Zeushan cauldron, he was already a wanted man by all major powers. Good, very good. Wen Tianren, now furious, stared at Han Li, spitting out several good words, his eyes filled with cold light. But just as he uttered the last word, he suddenly spat out a blue light. The blue light shot out from his mouth, instantly bursting into a dazzling brilliance, and then disappeared with a whoosh. Recognizing this familiar scene, Han Li's face darkened. Without thinking, he waved his hand, and the jade ruyi in his hand glowed, forming a red-yellow light shield around him. In the next moment, the blue light appeared in front of Han Li, striking the shield with a dull thud. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he was pushed back several feet by the impact. He saw that the blue light was actually a peculiar small spike, only a few inches long, emitting a cold gleam with runes entwined around it, making a crackling sound. Without hesitation, Han Li flicked his fingers, shooting out 10 cyan sword lights that struck the blue light, knocking the spike away. Then he swiftly patted his storage bag, summoning 5 copper rings that emitted a 5-colored glow. Simultaneously, he flicked his sleeve, releasing over 20 flying swords that surged towards his opponent. Wen Tianren, seeing his initial attack fail, remained unfazed. Calmly, he brought his hands together, producing a small banner. This banner, about 3 or 4 inches long, glowed with a purple light, brimming with spiritual energy. Seeing the numerous flying swords coming his way, Wen Tianren finally showed a hint of surprise. With a hurried hem, he shook the purple banner, releasing countless purple clouds that enveloped him, concealing his form. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with a trace of regret, but he quickly merged the copper rings into a giant ring, protecting himself. He then rapidly formed hand seals, casting the sword shadow splitting light technique on the azure bamboo cloud swarm swords. Instantly, the 24 cyan flying swords shimmered, transforming into 96 beams of cyan light that surged towards the purple cloud. The stunning young woman, who had retreated over 100 feet away, watched this incredible scene with a look of shock and disbelief, but there was also a hint of complexity in her expression. The cyan light, like a swarm of giant bees, swirled around the purple cloud, piercing it hundreds of times in a matter of moments, but there was no response from within the cloud. The numerous flying swords passed through the cloud, as if striking empty air. Han Li's brow furrowed at this sight, his face darkening further. He knew it was unlikely to have dealt with the opponent so easily, but the difficulty of this 6 Paths successor seemed to exceed his expectations. Thinking of this, he pointed at the distant flying swords, causing them to hum. They circled above the purple cloud before merging into 2 giant swords that descended with the force of a mountain. At the same time, Han Li patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Countless devouring golden worms swarmed out from the bag, instantly transforming into a giant swarm of 3-colored insects, spreading out above Han Li's head, covering an area of 20 to 30 meters. The sight was incredibly intimidating. Huh! An exclamation of surprise was heard. A cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes as he turned his gaze to the distant, stunning young woman. She covered her cherry-like mouth with one hand, her eyes full of astonishment, along with a hint of inexplicable joy. Han Li was slightly taken aback, not understanding why she showed such an expression. But before he could ponder it further, 2 loud explosions sounded from another direction. Startled, he hurriedly turned his attention back. In the purple cloud, an ancient bronze shield emitting white light appeared, easily blocking the attacks of 2 giant swords. Seeing this, Han Li sighed inwardly. He had not had time to refine these flying swords, which meant their power, relying on the special materials, was only comparable to the magical treasures of ordinary core formation cultivators. Now that his cultivation had advanced to the late core formation stage, the power of the green bamboo cloud swords was evidently not proportional to his cultivation level. Even when he used the giant sword technique, it posed little threat to cultivators of the same level. With this thought, Han Li directed his mind, commanding the two flying swords to continue their frenzied attacks around the purple cloud. But they were all blocked by the ancient shield. At this moment, Han Li also emitted a series of low hums, and the swarm of devouring golden worms above his head buzzed in response, forming a giant cloud of insects that surged towards the purple cloud. Although he did not know what this purple cloud was, with the devouring golden worms' innate ability to devour everything, they should be unstoppable. HMPH, using an insect-controlling technique, you're courting death. When Tianren in the purple cloud, seeing the terrifying swarm descending from the sky, did not show any fear. Instead, he snorted coldly with a trace of disdain. Hearing this, Han Li was not angered but instead became pleased. If the opponent mistook the devouring golden worms for ordinary spirit insects, he was courting his own doom. Han Li believed that once the swarm reached the purple cloud, it would be the end for his opponent. Han Li smirked coldly, watching as the insect cloud descended upon the purple cloud. Suddenly, Wen Tianren in the cloud uttered a single word, "Go." An astonishing scene unfolded. Golden light erupted from the purple cloud, followed by countless golden threads shooting out, penetrating the insect swarm from all directions. The sound of countless insect corpses falling like raindrops filled the air. These golden threads seemed to be the nemesis of the devouring golden worms, easily piercing their previously impenetrable bodies. Seeing this, Han Li was both shocked and furious, urgently emitting a sharp whistle. The swarm, hearing this, immediately turned and fled. But the golden threads relentlessly pursued them, continuing to shoot down large numbers of insects. Han Li's face darkened, and without hesitation, he quickly slapped his storage bag and flipped his hand. A flower basket ancient treasure appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he tossed the flower basket into the air. With a flash of white light, the basket turned into a cloud of white mist, directly confronting the golden threads. Seeing the mist bypass the swarm and rush into the golden threads, Han Li's eyes flashed with a strange light. He quickly activated a spell with both hands, causing the white mist to spin rapidly and glow brightly. The golden threads, enveloped in the white light, slowed down instantly. Seizing this opportunity, the insect swarm swiftly retreated into Han Li's spirit beast bag at his waist. However, Han Li's face remained grim. In this brief exchange, he had lost nearly 10,000 devouring golden worms. Without the flower basket treasure's support, the swarm would have suffered even greater losses. What kind of treasure were these golden threads to possess such power? It was still hard for him to believe that the devouring golden worm's power had been so easily countered. It was incredibly frustrating. As Han Li was lost in thought, the golden threads in the white mist began to change. After a few flickers, the light dimmed, and the golden threads revealed their true form. Fine golden needles, only an inch long, shining brightly. Seeing this, Han Li was truly shocked. The opponent had refined one of the most difficult types of flying needle treasures, and there were hundreds of them. This made him gasp in surprise. However, Han Li quickly realized something. At that moment, the golden needle's light retracted slightly before intensifying again. With a whoosh sound, they converged into a single golden sword. The sword trembled slightly before shooting out, breaking through the flower basket treasure's barrier and flying straight at Han Li. Han Li's face darkened. He reached into his storage bag and pulled out a talisman emitting a blue light. It was the talisman given to him by immortal Qing Yi in the virtual heaven palace. This talisman also contained flying needle treasures, perfect for testing its power. As the golden sword approached, it disintegrated with a bang, transforming back into countless golden threads that charged at him. Without hesitation, Han Li spat a ball of green essence onto the talisman in his hand. The talisman flashed with green light and was instantly activated, transforming into a stream of green light that flew out of the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the green light turned into countless green threads, resembling the golden threads except for the color. This is when Tianren in the purple cloud was taken aback, showing surprise. The golden threads and green threads clashed in front of Han Li, creating numerous light spheres, momentarily deadlocked. Green underworld needles. What is your relationship with immortal Qing Ye? You have his green underworld needle talisman. That old miser treats this treasure as his lifeblood. Are you his disciple? Wen Tianren exclaimed in surprise, then coldly asked. Hearing Wen Tianren identify the green underworld needles, Han Li was also surprised, but then relieved. It seemed that while the virtual heaven palace incident had spread, the details had not been leaked by those old nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, Wen Tianren would have recognized him immediately from the talisman. With this thought, Han Li dismissed the question with a cold laugh. He fully activated his magical power, taking advantage of Wen Tianren's momentary hesitation, and pushed the green threads forward, forcing the golden threads to retreat. You're courting death. Since you won't explain, I won't show any courtesy either. I'll let you experience the might of the 6 ultimate true demonic technique, the most powerful magic in the chaotic star sea. Wen Tianren shouted in fury, his voice turning icy. The golden threads ceased their struggle with the green underworld needles, turned around, and flew back into the cloud, disappearing without a trace. Han Li's face darkened, but he wasted no time. He commanded the green threads to encircle the purple cloud, attacking it fiercely. But as before, the cloud seemed empty, and the green threads passed through without effect. Seeing this, Han Li recalled the green threads, transforming them back into the talisman and storing it away. The green underworld needles were extremely powerful, and could not be wasted carelessly. Gazing at the silent purple cloud, Han Li's expression shifted, showing a trace of hesitation as if contemplating something but unable to decide. In that brief moment, the purple cloud began to churn without warning. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, pouring into the cloud like rivers into the sea. The cloud expanded rapidly, changing color from purple to grayish-white, emitting a strange cracking sound that grew from faint to deafening, causing anxiety and unrest. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Han Li's hesitation vanished. Grasping his right arm with his left hand, he raised his right palm, aiming it directly at the grayish-white cloud, his face revealing a chillingly fierce expression. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to pour in, the grayish-white cloud expanding further, the cracking sound turning into a thunderous roar, shaking the hearts of those with weaker cultivation. Contrary to the great commotion of the gray-white cloud cluster, Han Li's side was silent. His raised right arm was suddenly covered with a layer of faint black energy. This black energy fluctuated continuously, gradually becoming denser. When it turned as black as ink, a solemn expression appeared on Han Li's face. His entire right arm began to swell rapidly, becoming 2 or 3 times its original size in an instant. A layer of dazzling blood light emerged on its surface, making it appear extremely eerie under the shroud of black energy. At this moment, Han Li raised his head to look at the opposite side. The gray-white cloud cluster was still booming and expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown to an area of 20 to 30 feet. A flash of fierceness appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly uttered the word break. The thick arm contracted abruptly, and then shot forward. A black-red light blade shot out from his palm, expanding to several feet wide once it was released. Then, with a sizzling sound, the light blade, trailing a long tail of light, instantly flew to the front of the cloud cluster. Wen Tianren seemed to realize something was wrong. The bronze ancient shield entangled with the giant sword above his head flashed with light and blocked in front of the cloud cluster. The light blade did not pause for a moment, slicing through the shield as if it were non-existent. The bronze shield was silently split in two and fell to the ground. From within the cloud cluster behind the shield came a muffled groan, and then a black seam appeared in the middle. Moments later, the cloud cluster shattered like a broken painting, splitting into 2 halves. The huge light blade, after slicing through the cloud cluster and shooting 10 feet further, disintegrated into starry points and scattered into nothingness. At this moment, an extremely angry low roar came from the half of the cloud cluster. "You dare sever my limbs, I'll take your life in return." With this roar, the other half of the cloud cluster suddenly vanished, revealing a withered half-arm floating in midair. Judging by the style of the sleeve, it was clearly Wen Tianren's left arm. Transform calamity technique. Upon seeing this, Han Li's eyes narrowed, and a rumored demonic secret technique instantly flashed through his mind. This technique involves pre-cultivating a part of the body into a substitute puppet. When faced with an unavoidable attack, a single thought can transfer the calamity to this body part. It is especially effective against curse-type evil arts. However, this top-tier demonic secret technique is said to be cultivable only by nascent soul stage cultivators. That the opponent could perform this technique greatly surprised him. As for the terrifying attack just now, it was one of the secret techniques Han Li selected to cultivate from the profound Yin Sutra, called Yin Demon Slash. This technique is similar to the blood spirit drill. It also involves refining a portion of one's essence into a special entity of immense power, to be released all at once during combat, capable of destroying anything. The power of the Yin Demon Slash depends on the practitioner's cultivation level, the amount of essence refined, and the duration of the refining process. It is rumored that when refined to the deepest level, it can even tear through space and shatter the void. Of course, no one would truly invest such immense effort into a single-use attack method. Even Han Li only refined a small piece of it. After 2 ineffective attacks just now, Han Li suspected that the opponent's cloud cluster might have some kind of space-shifting effect. So he decisively used the nearly perfected Yin Demon Slash. Sure enough, one strike proved effective. Even though the opponent used the transform calamity technique to avoid the disaster, the loss of vitality must be significant, and the pain of having an arm severed cannot be pleasant. While Han Li was coldly pondering this, a swish sound came from the cloud cluster, and a piece of golden light flew out, retrieving the severed arm floating in midair. Han Li was stunned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Just as he was wondering about the opponent's intention, a piercing roar came from the cloud cluster. The gray-white mist instantly cleared away, revealing Wen Tianren's figure. Han Li's eyes flashed coldly as he stared intently. Wen Tianren was clutching his severed arm, glaring at him with extreme hatred. Behind him, 6 tall phantoms appeared faintly. Some had horns on their heads, some were covered in scales, each looking ferocious and terrifying, with tusks protruding from their mouths and gray-white demonic energy swirling around them, resembling descending demons. A 6 Extreme's true demon. Han Li muttered grimly. HMPH. Soon you'll learn the power of the 6 Extreme's holy lord. These are just the phantoms of the 6 saints, but they are more than enough to deal with a golden core stage cultivator like you. Wen Tianren snorted coldly, glancing at his severed arm with a murderous expression on his elegant face. Since mastering his cultivation as the heir of the 6 paths, he had never suffered such a loss. Han Li's powerful magical abilities had not only shocked him, but also fueled his determination to kill. He suddenly pressed the severed arm against the stump, and one of the phantoms behind him, with 2 horns on its head and a slender body, opened its mouth, spewing out a faint red mist that quickly enveloped the severed arm. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and the withered arm became plump again, even moving its fingers slightly, as if restored. Han Li was visibly shocked by this sight. When Tianren noticed Han Li's expression, a flash of mockery in his eyes, then he waved his hands sharply. The 6 phantoms behind him grew larger, their forms shifting as if preparing to move. Without hesitation, Han Li raised his hand and lightly pointed at the top of Wen Tianren's head. The 2 suspended giant cyan swords flashed with light and slashed down fiercely, intending to cut him into 4 pieces. Wen Tianren coldly stared at Han Li without lifting his head. One of the phantoms behind him, the largest and most ferocious-looking, leaped up, grabbing the 2 giant swords with lightning speed. Han Li's face darkened as he formed a spell with his hands. The giant swords in the phantom's hands glowed with cyan light, struggling and shaking violently. However, the large phantom's eyes flashed red, and its giant hands suddenly closed, spewing gray demonic fire from its mouth, engulfing the 2 swords and beginning to refine them. Heh, do you think you can retrieve a magic weapon once it's caught by the great strength true demon? Wen Tianren laughed wildly at this scene. He then pointed at Han Li, and the remaining 5 phantoms vanished. In the next moment, they reappeared outside Han Li's protective shield. Wen Tianren then showed a confident expression, ready to drive the phantoms to destroy Han Li. He had great confidence in the power of these 6 extremes true demon phantoms. He believed that if these phantoms joined forces, even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to deal with him. Otherwise, how could the 6 extremes true demon art, which can create such phantoms, be called the first demonic art of the chaotic star sea? At this moment, Han Li's expression turned cold, and he raised his hands. 2 golden arcs of lightning as thick as bowls shot out, striking the nearest 2 phantoms. An unbelievable scene occurred. The 2 phantoms, amidst the thunder, flickered and showed expressions of extreme pain before dissipating into nothing with a flash of gray light. Ah, Wen Tianren exclaimed in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Han Li's hand released the righteous thunder again, and 2 more golden arcs instantly struck the other 2 phantoms, vanishing them with the same thunderous flash. This time, Wen Tianren finally reacted. In extreme distress, he urgently shouted, and a silver light shot out from his sleeve while he hurriedly recalled the last phantom. It's important to note that these 6 extremes true demon phantoms, although formed by the surrounding spiritual energy, contained some of his own spiritual power. Each time one was destroyed, his cultivation would be forcibly reduced. Although he could recover later in the current battle, it was a significant loss. But before the silver light reached Han Li, thunder roared above Wen Tianren's head. His face changed color instantly, and he looked up urgently. He saw the last phantom also turning into wisps of blue smoke, with the 2 giant swords, now crackling with small golden arcs, slashing down again. Without thinking, Wen Tianren's feet glowed red, and with a whoosh, he turned into a streak of red light, disappearing from his original spot. The giant sword slashed at empty air. The next moment, when Tianren reappeared dozens of feet away, his face pale as he stared at Han Li. Under his feet, two clusters of crimson flames flickered with a faint green light. But Han Li couldn't afford to pursue him with the flying swords, because the silver light when Tianren's shot had turned into a giant silver bell, descending from above to enclose him. Staring intently at the descending giant bell, Han Li pointed lightly at the ancient flower basket treasure in front of him. Instantly, the white mist it emitted shot upwards. At the same time, a deep dong resonated from the bell above. The sound wasn't loud, but Han Li, standing directly beneath the bell's mouth, felt a sudden heaviness in his mind. His body swayed, almost causing him to topple. Another, one of those detestable sound-based attacks. Han Li cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare to slack off, urging the ancient treasure in the air. With a flash of light, the white mist revealed the flower basket's original form. The flower basket spun rapidly, releasing a white radiance that wrapped around the silver bell, pulling it towards the basket. The silver bell didn't yield easily, emitting a blinding silver light and continuously ringing. Due to the white mist enveloping it, Han Li felt somewhat uncomfortable, but managed to stay steady. Only then did Han Li divert his attention from the treasures above and focus back on the man opposite him. The young master of the 6 paths, having regained his composure, was contemplating the scene of his true demon transformation being obliterated by the golden arc. With a change in his expression, he stared intently at Han Li. Divine lightning of banishment, you possess a golden thunder bamboo treasure. Wen Tianren's voice was filled with a mix of shock and anger. Aside from the legendary divine lightning of banishment, which specifically counters demonic arts, he couldn't think of any other lightning that could instantly destroy his true demon transformation. The appearance of golden thunder bamboo, which had once caused bloody chaos, was shocking enough, but knowing that the person opposite had refined it into a treasure was even more astounding for the heir of the 6 paths. Hearing Wen Tianren name the divine lightning of banishment, Han Li's expression changed slightly. However, after a cold laugh, his face remained unchanged. He focused on the flower basket treasure above, aiming to first capture the silver bell. Wen Tianren, seeing this, knew his guess was correct. His face paled slightly. As the heir of the leading demonic sect, his understanding of the divine lightning of banishment far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. He was extremely wary of this lightning. Having witnessed his 6 extremes true demon art being utterly defenseless against the divine lightning, he realized that the rumored effectiveness of this lightning against demonic arts was no exaggeration. With this lightning, his demonic techniques were rendered largely useless. Wen Tianren took a deep breath, glanced at the expressionless Han Li, and his face darkened with a flash of unease. He sensed that the person opposite might be his destined rival. Not only did Han Li's cultivation and treasures match his, but with the divine lightning of banishment, his techniques were severely restrained. This was intolerable. No matter the cost, I can't let him leave this island alive today. Only by having the golden thunder bamboo treasure in my own hands can I feel truly at ease, Wen Tianren thought fiercely. Meanwhile, the stunning woman standing further away was left speechless by the series of intense magical and treasure battles between Han Li and Wen Tianren. This woman had already guessed Han Li's true identity when he used the gold-devouring beetles. Naturally, she was extremely shocked. It had only been a few decades since they last met, yet Han Li's cultivation had skyrocketed from the early golden core stage to the late stage. This was hard for her to believe. However, recalling the rumored possession of the void spirit cauldron by Han Li, she somewhat understood. Even so, she initially had little hope for Han Li in his confrontation with Wen Tianren, assuming he would be defeated and flee. But to her astonishment, Han Li had gained the upper hand. The appearance of the pale gold lightning, which shattered Wen Tianren's demonic techniques, left her stunned and confused. Divine lightning of banishment. She recognized the golden arc even before Wen Tianren did. After all, she had personally handed a piece of the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo to Han Li. But how had it turned into the 10,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo? Could Han Li have obtained new thunder bamboo materials elsewhere? This was the only plausible explanation she could think of. This stunning woman was none other than Fairy Xiling, whom Han Li had last seen at the Void Spirit Hall. Her drastically changed appearance, mingling with Wen Tianren reluctantly, suggested there were untold stories behind her presence. Now, with her teeth clenched and her beautiful eyes fixed unblinkingly, Fairy Xiling felt that the battle was far from over. Seeing the silver bell almost being captured by Han Li's flower basket, Wen Tianren's expression changed slightly. The golden light in his brow suddenly grew intense, extending and solidifying. In an instant, a small, exquisite horn appeared from Wen Tianren's brow, shimmering with golden light and covered in complex symbols. It emanated pure spiritual energy rather than any demonic aura. Han Li's eyes narrowed at this sight, feeling a sense of unease. Without hesitation, he pointed at the 2 giant cyan swords in the distance, sending out 2 more incantations. The cyan giant swords hummed before disintegrating into over 20 small swords. With another incantation, the small swords split into 3 sword lights each, and instead of advancing, they retreated, swarming back to Han Li's side, forming a protective barrier. Very good. I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. I thought that besides those nascent soul old devils, no one in the golden core stage could match me. But it seems I was a bit arrogant. However, encountering you now is my good fortune. It would be much harder to deal with you if you reach the nascent soul stage. Wen Tianren spoke calmly, the golden horn on his brow filling him with confidence, erasing all traces of panic. Han Li's face remained impassive, but his divine sense scanned Wen Tianren. Apart from the peculiar horn, There was no sudden surge in Wen Tianren's cultivation or any other abnormal changes. Han Li frowned, feeling even more cautious. He didn't believe when Tianren's words were mere bluff. That golden horn surely had some hidden power. Before Han Li could figure it out, when Tianren spread his hands, releasing 8 clusters of golden flames from his sleeves. These fist-sized golden flames shone brightly, revolving swiftly around Wen Tianren. Seeing this, Han Li sighed inwardly, feeling both frustrated and exasperated. He knew very well that, although his treasures were among the best in his stage, they were still not quite on par with Wen Tianren's. After all, with Wen Tianren's prestigious status as the heir of the 6 paths and a leading figure in the demonic sects, acquiring treasures was effortless for him. Han Li realized he couldn't continue competing in treasures. He needed a strategy to either trap his opponent or strike a decisive blow. Unbeknownst to Han Li, when Tianren had similar thoughts, he, too, was wary of Han Li's endless tricks. Hence, he decided to use his ultimate weapon, the 8 clusters of golden flames. As the flames extinguished, they revealed 8 golden mirrors. These palm-sized mirrors, with one smooth side and the other rough and uneven, glowed with flowing golden light. Seeing these mirrors, a flicker of recognition crossed Han Li's eyes, though he couldn't immediately recall their significance. 8 Gates' golden light mirror. A gasp came from behind Wen Tianren, followed by a sudden silence. Han Li glanced over to see the stunning woman covering her lips with her hand, staring at the golden mirrors in shock. 8 Gates' golden light mirror. Han Li pondered the familiar name, then suddenly recalled their origin, feeling a sinking sensation. Since my companion has revealed the mirror's name, you must know their power. Now, you can die without regret. Wen Tianren, glancing meaningfully at Fairy Xiling, turned back to Han Li and spoke coldly.